efforts, and I would want to express my gratitude for your very invaluable contributions. And we say, let's continue to work together. Your commitments reflect a shared vision for a sustainable and resilient Uganda. So this meeting is very critical. Last week we had the task force, our national task force, look into the regulations. It was quite an engaging exercise and it was very, very productive. I really want to thank our legal team, Minister of Justice, and the our legal person from hired by UNDP for the great work you've done. And also to our consultants, Dr. Mboga and Daniel, I keep forgetting, and Daniel, for the great work that team has done. Without them, we wouldn't be this far. I really look forward to a very productive and yet another engaging meeting. And even prior to that, we did have a very engaging retreat. It was a whole 1 week long engagement. So it has been an engaging process right from early this year. So I really want to thank all of you for your unwavering support and dedication to this noble cause. Let us work together to draft these regulations and guidelines that will make a real difference in addressing climate change and securing a brighter future for all Ugandans and everybody on the globe. I now really want to say, with these few remarks, I now call upon my moderator to continue with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Climate Change, for the very welcoming remarks, but also reminding us why we are here and observing those that have done wonderful support to ensure that we have the draft where we are. So you've heard from the Commissioner's remarks that this wouldn't be easy if we did not have the task force constituted by the Permanent Secretary to ensure that, that the draft is well aligned, but also trying to manage the interest that might be coming around. So Commissioner, thank you very much onto that. But also you stressed that UNDP came in handy to support the government of Uganda, technically, but also with resources, to make sure that the task force does its work in the most appropriate way, but also having a consultant helping us to put these ideas together to make sure that we prepare ourselves in participating in the international carbon markets and making proper transition from the CDM to Article 6. So with that, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite our partner, UNDP, represented by Dr. Palani, to give us some remarks on behalf of UNDP. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Thangavel Palanivel. I am Senior Economic Advisor, Head of the Strategy and Policy Team at the UNDP Uganda. Today, I represent UNDP. I speak on behalf of the UNDP Resident Representative. Let me actually start first. Recognize the representative of the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Water and Environment, the dear, Madam Commissioner for Climate Change Department, Ministry of Water and Environment. Also the other government officials from ministry, department, agencies, representative from the private sector, civil society organization, academia, and other relevant partners, institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed, particularly, since there are so many partners from UK, USAID, I'm not getting into the detail, all protocol observed. Good morning. On behalf of the United Nations Development Program, indeed the entire United Nations family in Uganda it is my honor and pleasure to give some remarks on this important national consultation to discuss the draft Uganda carbon market regulations and guidelines. Like the commissioner, on behalf of UNDP, we also recognize, appreciate all of your time, taking off your time to come to the rainy days to spend and improve these draft regulation guidelines on the important topics. In my remarks, I just wanted to have, few minutes why actually this climate change mechanism or the carbon trading, carbon markets, it's important from the broader developmental context than before getting into the carbon market issue. We actually focus this carbon trading, carbon market, climate mechanism because it's within the broader developmental context, it play an important role. Both Uganda 2040 vision, the National Development Plan, whether it's 2 or 3, the ongoing development plan, all of them recognize the importance of how to leverage actually the Uganda rich natural resources, environment and other capitals to advance the Uganda developmental agenda. As you all know, Uganda is highly endowed with natural resources. There is high dependence of these natural resources for national economic development and the livelihood of the millions of population in this country. As such, Uganda aspirations to transform itself from a largely subsistence-based agriculture into the more modern, prosperous, advanced economy is pretty much depends upon how the country is going to harness the opportunity from the natural resources. So in that context, the kind of addressing this climate mechanism is important from the developmental actual agenda. Uganda fortunate to have a large arable land with a very balanced weather, with to rainfall and other things. There are studies from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations says that given Uganda actually arable land, other natural, climate, it could feed 200 million people. The entire East African countries could feed that, the food and other things. So in terms of agriculture, in terms of biodiversity, in terms of other natural resources, Uganda is fortunate to have very, very highly, rich natural resources. So it's important that for us to protect, conserve, manage those resources in a sustainable manner so that the country could actually able to, accelerate the broader developmental agenda in the coming years, decades. So that's the first thing I wanted to highlight, that we focusing this issue because of its a broader developmental actually importance. The second one, Uganda also highly vulnerable to the climate change. The reports from various global organizations highlight that Uganda is the 10th most highly vulnerable country globally. 10th actually highly vulnerable country. It's also 35th rank in the global ranking, the least prepared to manage those climate change in terms of finance, in terms of capacity and other things. So therefore, again, the kind of, developing a comprehensive climate change mechanism is important to address the climate change issue also. The government recognized the importance of this one. As I said, they have introduced a number of things. Not only they put this importance in the national visions, National Development Plan, they also passed the Climate Change Act. They also, done a number of things from the UNDP point of view. The cost of inaction is 10, 20 times higher than the kind of action we need to address this issue. So therefore, we really wanted that the ministry estimated that like tackling the planetary crisis, biodiversity, environment, climate change, would actually increase GDP by 9%. So I can go and highlight number of business cases why we need to address this issue, this carbon marketing or climate change for the development. The other related issues that development financing. We are here because one of the biggest challenges in tackling the development challenges are emerging issue like climate, biodiversity loss, or climate change, or even leveraging the Africa free continent trade. It's important that we need actually large development financing. So that's the country last 20, 25 years, 30 years, pretty much focusing on the traditional financing instrument, like the taxation, try to get concessional financing from the development partners, from the international financial institutions, try to attract foreign direct investment, that kind of so-called traditional development financing options. The government recognizes the importance of that. It's not actually meeting, not only they tackle the traditional development challenges, addressing poverty, other issue, but it's also the traditional financing instrument not actually appropriate or relevant to addressing the emerging development challenges like climate change, environmental degradation, biodiversity. Also, the traditional financing instrument is also not relevant to the leveraging or harnessing the opportunity available from the Africa Free Continent Trade Agreement. So therefore, the government in the recent years tried to develop a relevant or required ecosystem in terms of developing national strategy. For example, the government, Ministry of Finance, Planning, Economic Development, with support from the World Bank, UNDP, prepared National Public Investment Financing Strategy, launched some months back. The government also established, like the other, like Parliamentary Act and other things, also established institution like establishing climate financing unit within the Ministry of Finance, Planning, Economic Development. Similarly, the government also, with support from UNDP, established at the Uganda Development Bank a climate financing facility to mobilize climate financing globally and deploy it in the country through the private sector. So I can go and add a number of things government has done. Again, what is that actually, in my view, government should do, take forward this agenda is pretty much actually on 4 areas. One is actually the government done reasonably well, very well, in terms of developing strategy, policy, institutional establishment, other things. The second thing I wanted to highlight that the government need to actually establish this kind of framework, the carbon market framework. That is what we are here today. We need to have a very comprehensive, integrated framework, not only actually address the carbon market or carbon trading in a solo manner, but also how to actually use that one to address other issues, development challenges, leveraging opportunity and other things. The other one government need to do is more on actually developing a bankable project, feasibility studies to attract actually private sector investment, whether it is related to the ecotourism or related to the, green projects. So those kind of things, again, government need to play a leadership role developing project. The government also need to play a leadership role in establishing the carbon market pricing, more robust, predictable carbon pricing ecosystem so that it could play as an incentive role to attract private sector investment in the green project. Finally, the government also should play a leadership role in establishing a very robust, comprehensive information system related to the climate change and the carbon market and other things, so that this can be monitored properly, evaluated properly, not only for a more robust evidence-based decision-making process. The Article 6 of the Paris Climate Agreement is established, international community established as a kind of voluntary international cooperation framework where other stakeholders can actually voluntarily work together to support each other to promote the more low carbon green growth area. So in this context, ladies and gentlemen, the today consultation workshop provided an opportunity for us to discuss, provide inputs to the draft guidelines and the regulations on carbon market under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and the voluntary carbon market. The study shows that the value of traded carbon market is huge. In the recent years, it's increased more than 164%. In fact, in 2021 itself increased that high. Now, as of now, the market size is more than $850 billion. So that is the global market, opportunity. So this is quite significant amount without adequate preparation in terms of this kind of framework, guidelines, regulations, institutional arrangement, and we have broader partnership with the private sector. Country like Uganda may not be able to tap into that kind of the opportunity available into that. Tapping into this kind of, a big global carbon market provide an important opportunity, particularly the alternative innovative financing to the government, to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development. And the reason is that currently the budget is actually under strain to provide, not only address the traditional development challenges, but also the government find difficult to use that limited financing to address the climate change, environment, biodiversity losses. So therefore, the government, private sector all need to look into that, the alternative innovative financing instrument. This carbon trading is, in our view, is one of the more promising, actually, the innovative financing instrument available to countries like Uganda, apart from other financing instruments like green bond, debt swap for nature, debt swap for climate. So these are some of other innovative financing instruments. UNDP is working with the government, try to develop the relevant strategy, regulation, framework, institutional arrangement, along with other development partner like UK, other partner has been indicated earlier. UNDP also actually working with the other innovative financing instrument to leverage actually the Africa Free Continent Trade Agreement to attract other type of innovative financing instrument. For example, until 2 years back, Uganda is a small market, 44 million market. Now with the Africa Free Continent Trade, Uganda market it's as large as like China, India market with 1.3 billion people with 3.5 trillion actually, or a billion GDP. Because now any foreign direct investment come and set up industry or factory in Uganda, literally freely they can export to the over 50 countries in African country. So that kind of opportunity was not available 2 years back. So now the opportunity available. So that's why the United Nations system in this country try to work with the number of development partners to identify, promote innovative and alternative financing instrument. And this green financing instrument, carbon market, green bond, debt swap for nature, debt swap for climate change. So these are some of those important instruments we are actually promoting. Even developing this draft guidelines or regulation, UNDP has supported the government number of steps. I mean, initial one, not just only the providing a consultant, also have other type of support, like government supported consultation with the legal retreat, organize a legal retreat a few weeks back, to review the regulation, the draft regulation with the Ministry of Justice, Constitutional Affairs, to review what extent this draft is in line with the constitutional other requirement in this country. Similarly, UNDP working with the other technical teams last week and other to review this one. So UNDP is working more actively with the Ministry of Water and Environment to review, regulate, provide input, and it is my pleasure to represent UNDP to share some of those things. To conclude my remarks, UNDP, we believe that it is a great opportunity for not only the government, the private sector, civil society organization to develop a more comprehensive, more robust regulatory framework, guidelines, so that the country could be able to leverage the carbon trading, the carbon market of over $850 billion market, to get at least some small part of that, few percentage of that global potential to Uganda. So also it's our part of our own, obligation to support the countries to provide capacity development, other technical assistance to leverage this green financing, other related instrument. From the UNDP side, UNDP will continue to support this process of developing a national framework, guidelines, not only for this carbon trading, but also the green bond, other type of innovative financing. The UNDP also committed to develop number of bankable projects. Last year, UNDP supported ecotourism feasibility studies in the Mount Elgon area. Basically, if you prepare a number of bankable project document, then the private sector will see the market opportunity, then they would provide, they would actually work with the government, either public-private partnership arrangement or on their own, they will bring more innovative alternative financing to promote green financing. Similarly, UNDP committed to continue to provide the capacity development, other type of support to the not only the government, but also the private sector, other relevant stakeholder. UNDP also remain committed to support the relevant stakeholder on the monitoring, evaluation, developing information systems. For example, we have a biofinancing project. The biofinancing project, we are trying to develop at the district level biodiversity index, which would actually provide more like evidence-based budget allocations to the local government. So these are things we are doing that. So to conclude, once again, I wish you all a very productive, successful meeting today. And it is our hope that this meeting will help the government to take this framework, draft framework guidelines into the next level, finalizing, submit to the Cabinet Parliament for approval. Thank you for this opportunity. I wish you the best for the discussion. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much, Dr. Palani, for the words of wisdom, but also stressing the commitment that UNDP is supporting the government of Uganda to ensure that we really prepare ourselves to participate effectively in the carbon markets, but also the aspect of mobilizing adequate resources for innovative financing, but also the support that you extend beyond government to private sector to ensure that we all have adequate required capacity in terms of addressing climate change impacts, but also the causes in that regard. Thank you very much for those wonderful insights, but also collectively as UNDP team for supporting the government of Uganda in various areas, more specifically for climate change. We also recognize the presence of Mr. Tom Sengalama, who has been working with us on this arrangement to ensure that the country prepare the draft carbon markets, regulations, and guidelines at an appropriate time. I think people get to know who you are, but in the interest of time, allow us to continue with the program. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the UNFCCC represented here in the room through the Regional Collaborative Center here in Kampala. We are privileged that we have it here in Uganda, supporting the entire region. So, and I think it will be very important to have a word at that global arrangement, but try to bring it towards the region. So, Mr. William Othieno, representing the UNFCCC in the RCC, you have the floor to give us the opening remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. Representative of the PS, Madam Commissioner, representatives from different UN organizations, development partners, youth, all protocols observed. I like that word. Good morning. I don't know why we're pretending it's a good morning, but it has been a really horrible morning, rainy and very cold. My name is William Otieno, not Othieno. People might mistake that Margaret and I are related, but mine is Otieno without H. She's from Uganda, I'm from Kenya, but we're very good friends and we work closely a lot together. It is very important and we're very happy to be here today, and it's for the following reasons. The Kyoto mechanism, known as CDM, is actually what gave birth to the RCCs, the Regional Collaboration Centers. And this was based on developing countries making big noise, saying that they were not getting enough support from UNFCCC by being in Bonn. And in particular, because the CDM was a new mechanism that not many people understood, UNFCCC was then obliged, part of the group that actually established the RCC here in Kampala. Of course, with the Paris Agreement being signed in 2020, etc. But this meeting here today, or this workshop this morning, is very important because, as I said, it is because of this that the RCCs were born, to be better prepared for Article 6. There's a lot of confusion and non-clarity on how exactly, or what is Article 6. How it has put in being Article 6 ready is by deploying Article 6 experts in each of the 6 RCCs that we have. So I'm very happy. And Urban have been working together to support, really be ready to benefit from the new mechanism, Article 6. As a colleague from UNDP has said, of course, governments have already, for this mechanism, put in a lot of effort. And I'm very proud to be in Kampala because I can see that Uganda, not only for Article 6, but also with the NDCs and all the other climate change-related issues, are really pioneers. And they're really trying to do the right thing and move ahead. And so we're very happy to always be ready to support them so that they can meet their targets that they have promised to meet in their NDCs. Is ready and very happy to be in Kampala and to support these efforts, of course, working with partners like UNDP, GGGI, GIZ, and other stakeholders. So we call upon you to always stop by our offices or reach out to us whenever you need us to give you any guidance on what's coming out of the UNFCCC process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. William Otieno, for the wonderful words given to us, but also try to ensure that we have the RCC amidst us, but also centered here in Kampala. And we are very much privileged that we'll continue working with the RCC to take full charge of the expertise which is existing. It will be a shame that Uganda is lagging behind, yet we host the RCC here. So that is really something very important, and we should take note of that as Ugandans to ensure that we demonstrate the capacity that we have an expert who is supposed to help countries in that regard. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, we've heard from the UNFCCC, represented by the RCC here in Kampala. Now we need to move into...
You are aware. In addition to oil money, we are waiting for money from carbon credits. But many Ugandans actually don't know what they are waiting for. They don't even know how to engage in this market. So I do hope that the regulations and the supporting documents are going to help us. Because everybody's really talking about carbon markets, but they don't know what they are talking about. And they are worried that they might be squeezed against the wall. So I do hope that the rules of the game will be clear so that all of us can participate meaningfully and benefit from what is available. They are pivotal to ensure the environmental integrity and market credibility we need for this mechanism to be effective. Carbon markets are inherently cross-cutting and demand collaborative efforts. This meeting symbolizes that collaboration, a collective, inclusive endeavor that harnesses the expertise and insights from multiple stakeholders, is actually key. Our various development partners have played a significant role in supporting Uganda's climate action efforts, and I want to express my gratitude for their invaluable contributions. Their commitments reflect a shared vision for a sustainable and resilient Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, as we engage in the discussions over the next few hours, I encourage all of you to bring your expertise, insights, and your constructive criticism to the table. It is through robust debate and a diversity of perspectives that we will craft regulations that are not only effective, but also sensitive to the unique challenges and opportunities of Uganda. We must also remember that regulations are not static. They will need to evolve with time and experience. We will need to implement capacity building programs for all our experts and stakeholders to ensure that they have skills to operate in the carbon markets. As I mentioned earlier, public awareness and education will be vital to ensuring that the public and potential market participants are well informed. In conclusion, our commitment to finalizing these regulations is a significant step towards securing a sustainable and climate resilient future for Uganda. We have a unique opportunity to lead in climate action and demonstrate our dedication to fulfilling our international obligations. I look forward to a productive and engaging consultative meeting, and I thank you all for your unwavering support and dedication to this noble cause. Let's work together to draft regulation that will make a real difference in addressing climate change and securing a better future for all Ugandans. It is now my honor and privilege to declare this meeting officially open for God and my country. Thank you. So I'm told that after opening, I have to continue. I don't know whether. Let me move here just to draw your attention to the program. According to the program, if you look at our watches, it's coming to about 11, but I would like you to adjust your watches to about 10:35. Where we are going to have an overview of carbon markets. And the Climate Change Department will be represented here. After that, we have to break for coffee. I don't think we have earned it yet. So I request that we get a presenter to take us through. Irene, you are the one taking us through this? Okay. And you have about 10 minutes. So when we get that presentation, then we'll break for coffee, and then we'll continue with the other discussions. Otherwise, I want to thank you once again. Maybe as Irene is preparing, in case there are those who came in and hadn't introduced themselves, maybe you could do that as Irene is preparing. We would want to know who is present here for purposes of accountability and also getting to know each other. So start with Tom here.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Tom Sengaram. I am the team leader for Nature, Climate, Energy and Resilience at UNDP. Thank you.
Any other? Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Obore. I come from Kumi district, and I work with Tinuel Debate and Literary Phronesis. Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Very fast.
Good morning. My name is Pauline Nantongo Kalunda. I work with the Environmental Conservation Trust of Uganda. Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Yes?
Morning, everyone. Just Chiseka is my name, the Secretary Beta and Director of Cook and Safe Consults Limited. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abdu Kalema. I'm representing Uganda National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Alliance. Thank you.
Okay. There's one here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam Ogwal. I'm from the National Youth Council. I serve as a member of the Executive Committee of the Council in the capacity of Secretary for Finance. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lafel. I'm from Up Energy, Uganda, Country Director. Thank you.
Okay. And then the last one behind, oh, two more.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mobiru Mike Costa from Water and Life. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Janice Selina Antumbwe, KTA Advocate, Sustainability Department.
Okay. Two more there, and then we continue.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenneth Muhanji. I'm representing Uganda Law Society. I chair the technology cluster there. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jimmy Matovu, Climate Hub International, IT Systems and Learning Support.
Okay, so Irene, can I invite you to take us through overview of carbon market mechanisms?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know we are hungry. Okay, so I will take you through this very brief presentation for just a few minutes. There are parts that I will skip because I realize the people in the room are already converted. So I'll go to the areas which are critical. I'm not sure if I'm able to use this. Yeah? Oh. Okay, so this is briefly what should be controlling. Okay, so this is briefly what I'll look through. The climate change and its causes, that I'll skip. And then the effect of climate change, the projected service temperatures. And then 3, I'll look at briefly on global response to climate change, and 4, flexible carbon mechanisms under the Kyoto Protocol, and then the mechanisms under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And we'll have a brief on Uganda's experience on carbon markets, and I'll give an highlight of the portfolio. And then lastly, we will look through the requirements, what it takes for us to participate in carbon markets or the Paris Agreement cooperation approaches, and then how ready are we as a country. So that is briefly what I'm going to look through. This I will skip. I'll go straight to this. Looks to be an ugly picture, right? When we see red, we always see danger. And so this is exactly what it means here, that our temperatures, global temperatures are rising pretty fast. And by 200 plus years to come, the temperatures will be very high. and the globe will be burning, as you can see how it looks like. Hopefully I'll be alive then. I'll be the only person alive, perhaps. Or some of you will be alive. Okay, so that is exactly what this picture is trying to depict to us, that the temperatures are rising and we need to do something if we have to survive in this globe. And I'll go to what are the global response so far to climate change. We're all aware of the UNFCCC, the Kyoto Protocol, and now the Paris Agreement. These agreements, all of them are just geared towards bringing together the international community to figure out how best we can tackle this problem of climate change, bring on the table the solutions that we can implement to reduce the global temperatures that I just showed you the picture. So some people say, why the Paris Agreement when we have already the UNFCCC, we have the Kyoto Protocol? It is not an independent treaty, but it's just to complement what the UNFCCC objective is, but also what is critical about the Paris Agreement is that it tries to bring together all of us on board, the developed and the developing and the LDC like Uganda. So you realize that the Paris Agreement, some people call it the NDC, the Nationally Determined Contribution Agreement, because this is where our NDC was born. This is where we come together and make commitments on what we can do, what Uganda can do, contribute to reducing the global temperatures, what other countries as well can do to reducing global temperatures. So all of us under the Paris Agreement have a responsibility to contributing, excuse me, to contributing to lowering the global temperatures that we saw in the first page. And I think that is very critical. That's why I try to highlight on what the Paris Agreement is all about. And so, coming from the Paris Agreement, we as Uganda, we are also a party to the Paris Agreement, just like we are a party to the UNFCCC and the Kyoto Protocol. And since the Paris Agreement called upon all countries to highlight what they can do to contribute to the global temperature reductions, the country last year prepared and submitted a nationally determined contribution. Some people call it the National Climate Change Action Plan. You may wish to call it like that. And in our nationally determined contribution that we submitted last year to the UNFCCC, we highlighted that our economy-wide emission reductions will be up to 24.7% by 2030. But we have there a breakdown when you look at the diagram there. I don't know whether it's called a diagram. And you look at the red line, you see a figure that goes to 148.8. And that is the business as usual scenario. These are about 3 scenarios. You see there, red, yellow, and black. So the red is a business as usual scenario, meaning that if the country does nothing different from what we are doing today, then our emissions by 2030 will go up to 148.8 metric tons. But if, because our NDC is two-way, we have what is called the conditional and the unconditional part of the NDC. The unconditional part is where government says we can put some resources and implement some mitigation actions that will help us reduce emissions up to 5.89%,
below business as usual scenario in 2030. And if we do that, you see the yellow line, if we do that as government, the emissions will come up to 140.1 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. But if we add the the conditional part, which is the black line, if we get finances from, climate financing from outside government, we should be in position. If we implement those planned mitigation actions, we should be in position to reduce our emissions by 112.1 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. So you can see that it's a collective effort if we have to reduce these emissions that we have committed to reducing in 2030, which is 24.7%. And those are some of the priority mitigation sectors that we communicated, areas in agriculture, forestry, and land use, the energy sector, the transport sector, the waste sector, industrial processes, and product use sector. So those are some of the sectors, priority sectors that we communicated, and a number of projects, mitigation projects can come from those specific sectors. So in 2021, we came up with the National Climate Change Act. And the National Climate Change Act, what does it really say about the climate change mechanisms? The climate change mechanisms may sound new to many of you, but it is only, I think the Act was just trying to run away from specifying a specific carbon market mechanism. And that's why it brings on board all the different carbon markets and calls it the climate change mechanisms. So when we speak about the climate change mechanisms, it's basically to do with the carbon markets. So our Act says that, our Act Section 9 actually of the Climate Change Act, when you open it, I think some of you have copies on your tables, it actually recognizes and includes a number of different types of carbon markets. And they include the compliance emission trading mechanisms. It looks at the voluntary emission trading mechanisms, the non-market approaches, which are specifically referred to in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And then we have the cooperative approaches, which are referred to in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and any other climate change mechanisms as may be prescribed by regulations. So you can see that the Act is quite ambitious. And so I just want us to have a difference between where we are now and where we are going in terms of the types of carbon markets or the mechanisms. So in terms of this, we have, coming from the Kyoto Protocol, we have the flexible carbon mechanisms under the Kyoto Protocol, and there is only one specific one which is important to us as a country, as Uganda, as Africa, and that is to do with a clean development mechanism. And it's the reason why RCC was born. That is what William indicated. So you realize that under the CDM of the Kyoto Protocol, its main objective actually was to assist the Annex 1 countries, which is the not developed countries, including Uganda, in achieving sustainable development and contributing to the ultimate objective of the convention, as well as to assist the Annex 1, which are the developed countries, in complying with their quantified emission limitation and reduction commitments, which were assigned to them under the Kyoto Protocol. So they required them to implement mitigation projects, for example, in Uganda, that will generate carbon credits that they will then use to, meet their emission reduction targets. These two may not apply here because they are specifically applied to the developed countries. So I'll skip that. But just for your information, we have the joint implementation, emission trading. This is where the developed countries were they were working together and transacting together to meet their emission reductions targets. And then when we come to the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, I think this is exactly where we are now. And it is important that we take note of the two, just to understand where we're coming from and where we are going. So the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement specifically is about the voluntary cooperation in the implementation of the parties' NDCs for higher ambition in mitigation and adaptation actions and to promote sustainable development and environmental integrity. They are about 3 mechanisms or approaches for international cooperation between different entities, and one of them is the cooperative approaches. Now, this involves the use of what is called ITMOS, which is the internationally transferred mitigation outcomes, or the implementation of the NDCs. You realize that I presented on NDC. And one of the ways that we communicated as a country to deliver our NDC is through carbon markets. And because we know that carbon markets will help us to incentivize the private sector. And we know that private sector is where most of the technology, the solution actually lie. And so it is important that we have, and that's why we realize the importance of carbon markets while we're preparing our NDCs. So we will deliver our NDCs through carbon markets, and that's why we're taking a lot of time to ensure that we have the right framework in place to implement carbon markets that will help us contribute, to help us to deliver on our NDC targets. And so that is one of the approaches that is highlighted in the Article 6. And the other is the mechanism for mitigation and sustainable development. You may call it SDM. And the SDM is basically a replica, if I should. William, I hope that is right, English. A replica of the CDM. So it looks like CDM. That is where the transition of the CDM projects will be moving into. So those who are having the CDM projects that are still running and are interested in transitioning, you'll be transitioning to Article 6.4, which is the SDM right there. And I hope that RCC will be able to speak a little bit about what you require to do the transition, but maybe that will be another forum that is coming up soon. And the other 3, number 3, in terms of the approaches, is the framework for non-market-based approach to sustainable development. Now, this is where we promote ambition in mitigation and adaptation, enhance public-private sector participation in the implementation of NDCs, provide opportunities for coordination among relevant instruments. Here, we can implement mitigation and adaptation projects or actions, but we do not really need to do any transfer of emission reductions. So it's basically at that level. And so our experience in carbon markets, last year with our GIZ and other partners, were able to do an assessment to determine the carbon market portfolio of the country. And these were the results. That Uganda overall had registered about 177 CDM activities, and 19 projects, and 158 CPS within 10 programs of activities. Then, also Uganda hosts about 33 registered voluntary carbon market projects, and the first ever Cookstove project, of course, also registered under the gold standard. Then Uganda accounts for 74% of all CDM certified emission reductions that were issued across Eastern Africa. You can imagine. So, like Athieno said, I don't want to use that name. The RCC lead said, Uganda is doing well in terms of this climate change, actions, and you can see that we did very well under the CDM or the Kyoto regime, and about over 20 million carbon credits have been issued in Uganda from the CTM and voluntary carbon market standards. And so some of the requirements that a country should put in place if you are to effectively participate in carbon markets of the Paris Agreement or VCM include some of this. And also I decided to put where we are in terms of what the country has done or what the country is doing. And one of them is development of the national laws and policies. And the country, you're already aware that we have the National Climate Change Policy of 2015, and now we have the National Climate Change Act of 2021. And for us here, we take note of Section 9 of the Act. Number 2, the development of regulations and guidelines for carbon markets. And we are here with a draft, so we are here to review that and to get your views on how best it can look like, and then development of a national registry and database. This one we're still having some opinions or options, and we're trying to weigh which best we can go with for now. But in the long run, we will definitely have to have a national registry. So a national greenhouse gas inventory, we have that in place, and it's only updating that is required, so that is work in progress. We have the national monitoring reporting verification system, which not yet operationalized fully, but we have already started the process of operationalizing it. Then we have the capacity building, which is very important. And UNFCCC, RSCC have a role here, and we look forward to the capacity building that countries negotiated on during COPs. So UNFCCC and other development partners will be supporting us in capacity building, which is very key for us to understand the process. And with that, thank you. And I'm sorry, Chair, if I took a lot of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irene, for giving us that background. I think you have brought us speed on really what all this is about. I think sets the stage for us now to go deeper into the regulations after break. And this was background information, and if you need any information, I think there are some copies of the Climate Change Act. I hope there are a number. So those who would want to look through and see what is contained there, can look through, but also you can get them on the website. I'm told that before we go for coffee, we need to take a group photo here. So I want to request those in charge of the photo to organize us so that we can take the photo very fast, and then we go for coffee. Those who are handling, can you, again, Irene and team, let's arrange for the group photo. We are not doing well with time. We are behind schedule, so we need to move very fast.
There's some other people in this room who have done that. We are just starting. The organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our seats. Otherwise, we might end up with any other business and we forget what brought us here. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats and resume. I know networking is good, but let it come during lunchtime. We are continuing with our presentations. And just to remind you that this is a half-day event. We are going to have an overview of climate change mechanism guidelines. And I would like to request Irene to introduce the consultants and then invite them to start presenting.
Thank you, Chair. Our consultant, Dr. Michael, is in the room, and I think Daniel is online. So you're going to present, right? So Dr. Michael will make the presentation, and Daniel will be online. Yeah.
I'm waiting for something on the screen. No, but it is not. Okay. There's nothing here. Can we? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. What I'm going to provide in the next perhaps 30 minutes is a general overview of work that is started around January this year, and how we have been moving until today, working on both the regulations and guidelines, as well as a training manual for Uganda's carbon markets, basically providing what we call the Article 6 framework for Uganda. We started off with the comprehensive desk review, as well as using the World Bank tool for readiness assessment, trying to provide a score on how Uganda is ready to implement Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And then we've had a series of stakeholder engagements, both internal and external. Again, you notice that most of the stakeholder engagements in this process have not been so much open into the public, but they have been internal within the ministry, as well as with the development partners and the other players. And then, of course, at the end, we have draft regulations that were so much technical, I think at the beginning or by September there. But the draft you look at is more legal after bringing in legal experts and advice from the Minister of Justice. It's now looking more legal. What we started with was more technical, as well as we have guidelines and then draft guidelines, as well as a training manual to help the participants in the process. So again, to provide an overview of the global context where we're working in, again, we know that the goal of the Paris Agreement is to achieve to limit the increase in temperatures to 1.5 degrees, and also to pursue all whatever is possible to maybe push this further to 2 degrees limit. And that looks at basically 45% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, very ambitious, and then tending towards net zero by 2050. Now, all countries, again, the success, I'm sure all of us in the room know, the success of the Paris Agreement was because everybody, each party came to the room with its own shopping list. Each country came with whatever they decided to do. Uganda has its NDCs, all countries, and also what we call the long-term low emission development strategies. Now, we noticed that there is a gap between the LDCs, the NDCs, and the Paris Agreement targets, what we call the NDC ambition gaps. And we think that if we participate in carbon markets, we trade, and given either Article 6.2 or 6.4, then we could help in bridging that gap, because the NDC ambitions fall short of actually giving us a 1.5 or a net zero by 2050. Now, Uganda has been a key player in these negotiations. We have a very ambitious vision 2040. We have several development plans. I think we are coming to the mid of the third one. Again, the fourth one is under development. We have the Green Growth Development Strategy. We have climate change policy, which is about 8 years old. And then we have, again, been very active in RED+. We also have several other policies there. Again, bottom on the list, we have the NDCs that have been updated as of last year. And then 2021 having the climate change law, which, of course, is very specific in Section 9 on climate change mechanisms, and also, I think, on Section 31. So the Uganda's NDC mitigation targets are in 5 sectors: the agriculture, forestry, and land use. Then we have in energy, we have in industrial processes and products use, transport, and waste. Those of us who remember from the previous presentation, there was a target in the presentation by Irene, a target of 36 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. This is by 2030 as Uganda trying to mitigate. But you notice that, again, from that table, 30 of the 36 is only from the agriculture, forestry, and other land use. So as much as we have 32 different activities, more than 90% of the mitigation ambition for this country is in the agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector. And so again, achieving this NDC requires 10.3 billion, and Uganda has only, or commits only to find 1.6 billion. So the 8.7 has to be found from other sources. And again, the idea is, if we participate in carbon markets, then we could actually find this money that we are saying, if we get, then we achieve the 36.7 reduction, million metric tons reduction of emissions. So meaning, again, we have to aggressively find money to actually help us achieve our NDC targets. Now, again, the graph on the left shows us the baseline. Again, Irene had a line graph. I am bringing a bar graph to appear a little bit different, but it's the same thing. So our baseline emissions in 2015 stand at 90 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And the trajectory, business as usual, is to bring us to, by 2030, to 149 million. So if we continue doing whatever we are doing, But then within the NDC, we are saying we are going to reduce from 36 metric million tons from the 146. And then we are saying we only have money to reduce only 6%. That's unconditional. That is from Government of Uganda funds. Then we have another 19% that we hope we are going to get from international sources. Now, you notice that by 2050, the emission should be zero, not 112. But we are saying by 2030, we shall go up only up to 112. So, meaning we also have emissions that are outside the NDC that also require funding. Okay, that is going to require funding. So the 36% is what we have put in the NDC. But the 36 million metric tons is only 28% of the broader emissions. So if we achieve that, we still have, by 2030, 112 emissions to take care of. We need to find money to actually sink into mitigation projects for this country. I hope I am getting there. I'm not losing people. Now, again, when we try to understand the emission mitigation or the mitigation target versus the 6.2, the cooperative approaches, or the 6.4 mechanism, which is going to be managed centrally like this, the CDM, but also the voluntary markets. We see that we have a role of the authorization of transfer of these mitigation outcomes or carbon credits for the 6.2. Then the 6.4 mechanism, not so much. But then we have also the rest that are outside the NDC, where we are free to actually, people are free to trade, or also free to trade in the country or trade internationally, and then we exchange those as ITMOS. So within the guidelines developed, we cover the institutional arrangements, which are different for 6.2, Article 6.4, also the voluntary carbon markets. We also cover the participatory requirements, the principles and obligations, the eligibility of different activities, the process of authorization, and then the certification of those activities, and then the safeguards. Remember, again, it's mentioned that most of these activities, mitigation has to be additional to what Uganda has actually committed. So the authorization process looks at outcomes that are going to be created for transfer. And then the authorization has to be granted before the transfer of these mitigation outcomes. Remember, once the outcomes are transferred, we remove those from what we claim we have mitigated. So if Uganda is committing to remove 36 million metric tons, if we sell by 2030 36 million metric tons, then we have done zero for our NDC. We could have gotten the money and used it for other things, but it's zero. So meaning, again, we need to look at that it has to be something that is authorized. Then at the end of the authorization, we go and do what is called the corresponding adjustment. Now, the idea is it's okay, we can go to the market with the 36 million, as long as once we sell those, we create a mechanism to generate more, which is what we call an emission-raising activity, that we could sell the 36 in 2 years, get money, and generate maybe 70, use the 36 for NDC, and have another. Okay, so Uganda mentions that the outcomes that will be sold will be those that belong to what they called a positive list. Okay, a list of activities that are eligible Okay, we need to look at the NDC and see what are those. These are activities, the NDC is very, even the plan, they are very comprehensive in listing activities, listing projects. This is where we are going to be authorized to transfer mitigation outcomes. If they're outside that, then perhaps the body which is authorizing will not allow you to sell those mitigation outcomes. Again, I was mentioning the positive list. Some of the things that should be in this list is the technologies must be within our NDC or mitigation programs. Again, the limitation for these activities are mainly financial. There's perhaps a market barrier or that the technologies there, we don't have the money to implement these technologies, then there is money so you can implement the activities and then transfer those. And then, of course, these have to be, again, if it is transferring between two parties, then the two parties have to agree with those technologies. If Uganda is selling to a country in the north, then the two countries have to have agreed on those that are being sold, or the technology, or the mitigation outcome. Again, there's going to be aspects of safeguards and certification. In Uganda, we don't have procedures for approving or appraising baselines, as well as monitoring methodologies. We also don't have validation or verification bodies, okay, that are accrediting, and then we don't have a registry. But that is not going to stop us from trading. We are going to use those that are available. We know how much effort, sweat goes into developing these standards. We shall use those that are available. We're waiting for the one from the, again, there are those methodologies of the gold standard or Vera. Red Plus also has very good of these. Those will be used also in terms of the registry, perhaps before, again, Uganda develops its own. We were guided at the retreat that we shall still call it the register, because the law does not provide for a registry. Same thing, is just you need to be on the good side of the law. So the register, we shall use the register that is available until we develop our own. Again, there's the crediting period in the guidelines, the issuance of those mitigation outcomes, the transfer, and then the recognition, and then perhaps cancellation, and then the corresponding adjustment, reporting, fees to be charged, and then the charges for administrative issues, and then what we're going to use that money for. Again, as Uganda, we decide, if we charge these fees on the forms, the applications, at the end of the day, is that general government revenue, or we think this is money that we can, remember, every unit we sell, we are removing from our registry as it's like we've not done anything. And so, meaning, how do we now come back and say we have sold 36 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent at 2030? We've gotten the money and then we've not used it for anything. That is something, again, for people to discuss and see what is going to happen with that money. So, there's a long list of the process, again, which is outlined in within the guidelines, publishing the positive list. Again, this comes from the NDC, and then having the request from the project proponent, we call it project proponent, or the developer, and then where they provide the information about project that they are going to implement, and then when they come to the entity again, granting the activity to go on, then we have the activity goes on, and then there's the process of validation of the project itself, and then once the units are generated, there is we have those in our register. Again, the register, I'm sure people who have worked with the CDM know how this works. And then there's going to be implementation and monitoring reports to ensure that the safeguards are also checked on very well. And then once that is done, then there is issuance of the mitigation outcomes. At this point, once a developer has these issued, they are in the registrar, then they are free to trade. Okay, once they are free to trade, then they will have a request for authorization of the transfer that all these maybe 1 million units are being sold. Once that is checked off, then we are going to come back to the registrar and strike them out that we cannot report those in our GHG inventory. We recorded them as being Ugandan units, but we are removing them off the register because Uganda is selling them to another country, which is going to claim them as their own mitigation outcomes. And then, of course, the reporting process that comes with this. So that is basically an outline of the process. Now, again, this is something that we need to sit and decide. It is not yet cast in stone or decided. How do we, first of all, how much? Then the second is how we're using this money. Okay? So we're going to charge corresponding adjustment fees for all those mitigation outcomes that are leaving our register. Okay? And then are we going to perhaps generate a fund? Again, we will advise that the government of Uganda, especially Ministry of Finance, does not like the word fund because there are so many that have been created and have not worked. So I don't know whether we're going to be bogged down by that or we perhaps want to use this money for a specific purpose. Again, this is up for discussion. And then, of course, the administrative cost that will be charged, the fees, the forms, and other things. Then on the voluntary carbon market, it's a little bit open. You decide. You have your credits, and you're either going to have them with the corresponding adjustment, or you use them without corresponding adjustment. So that is, the voluntary market is a little bit flexible with that. And then we have developed, again, technical schedules accompanying the guidelines on the sustainable development requirements for these projects. Again, aspects of maintaining environmental integrity, transparency, and preventing double counting. Again, we have the authorization requirements, and then the eligibility of the mitigation activities, as long as they are within the positive list, they fall within our NDC. And then the accrediting entities and methodologies, those people that are going to do the validation, verification, as well as procedures for the transfer of the outcomes. In addition to the work on guidelines, we've developed a manual that has 8 modules to help somebody go through the process. Again, it's self-learning, either online or face-to-face. It can be taken and used face-to-face. And so we have, again, real examples used in there, and then we are following the basic pedagogical learning outcomes, learning objectives, and content in the development. And so as I conclude, these are the 8 different modules within the manual being developed. Looking at Article 6 and then the NDC, looking at the policy foundations and implications of Uganda's participation in Article 6, and then having a module specific for Article 6.2, and then the process, again, of transfer, authorization, registration, and then the corresponding adjustment. That is something, again, that people have to remember, that if I sell, I cannot claim, Uganda cannot claim what is sold. We cannot come here and say, oh, we have removed these million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent if we have actually sold everything. And then, again, a module on the voluntary carbon markets, and then aspects on governance, the regulatory framework, the institutional framework, as well as reporting. Again, we are using explanation of concepts, terminologies, illustration with examples, and then the reporting arrangements in there. Mr. Chairman, I think this is all I had time for. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, consultant, for the presentation. You have taken us through the guidelines, the focus areas. Very, very interesting, the things we need to look through. Not quite easy, a little bit complex for some of us. And of course, you have also touched on the technical schedules, the training modules, and probably the training modules will help those who are not experts in this area to come to terms with what we are talking about. And I think you talked about the issue of the funds, and I think something which is always contentious. Where will the money go? How will it be collected, and how will it be used? Talked about the fund. I hope we'll continue the discussions. I think we shouldn't also shy away from proposing things that don't work, rather that work. If we need a fund, let's propose it. I wouldn't want us to run away from reality. If that's what can make us achieve objectives, then let's have it. But most importantly, how the money is determined, collected, and used becomes very important. So we shall have opportunities for comments, discussions. I want to suggest that we get the next presentation and we have discussions at once. I don't know, Irene, is the presenter already available? Yes, so can we call upon the presenter from Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, take us through the draft climate change mechanism carbon markets regulations. So let's get the presenter. So George, take the floor and take us through this. Already it had been mentioned that the earlier one was more technical. I hope this one will not be too legal to make it difficult for us to even understand. But take us through, George, and we see what you have.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, George Mwanguza, my names. I consult for UNDP on legal aspects of these drafts. Particularly, I am looking at making sure that these documents are at peace with the laws of Uganda. Basically, the National Climate Change Act. But as you may be aware, that act has also domesticated the 3 international instruments. That is the convention, its protocol, as well as the Paris Agreement. So it's a trinity. And therefore, these regulations, as well as other drafts, must not only be consistent with the laws of Uganda, but must also be consistent with the international legal regime. And that is the convention and the 2 documents, the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. So we have had a number of meetings, and we have moved thus far. So we are going to look at the regulations for today. Yeah, so we have the National Climate Change climate change mechanisms regulations. That's the basic document we are going to look at. My instructions are that this is now a document being developed by the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. So I am standing in for Ms. Daphne Chirunga, who is a state attorney in charge of drafting this. She had an urgent matter to attend to in Parliament, and she won't be with us, so I'll take you through very quickly. And the government owns the enactment formula of this document, so the way it looks and what is said there, most of it belongs to the government of Uganda, which I'll not speak to, but the substance has been developed by our consultants, Dr. Mboga and Daniel, and I have only chipped in to make sure that these documents speak the same language with the national laws and policies. So, without further ado, let us look at the first page. Excuse me, the title. Can we look at the title? Because I think that's one of the issues that the title. No, yes. So the title is the National Climate Change Mechanisms Regulations. It may be 2023 in case we finish it in this year, or it may be 2024. It will depend on the technicians at the Ministry of Justice. Now, we did not use the word carbon markets, as I'm sure many of you had anticipated, because we are talking about the mechanisms that have been discussed with you in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, but also adopted by Section 9 of our statute on climate change. And these mechanisms include both the market and the non-market. So we are trying to catch a lot more things to do and using those words. So those of you who are interested in carbon markets, did not worry. The carbon markets are part of the mechanisms that are going to be implemented. So the first section is the interpretation, which I don't think we need to go to, because most of these interpretations are set out both in the conventions and the other two documents I told you. We have not gone outside those. And then we move straight to Article 3, which is measurement of emissions. Article 3, can you move to the main document, please? Yeah. No, Article 3. Yeah, that's it. So, again, in measuring emissions, it is anticipated that we shall have two levels of measuring emissions. You have the designated authorities. Those are mainly government institutions that will mainly provide your baselines and other measurements, including international measurements. So they will use those methods and those regulations that have been set out under the three documents we talked about. So what we are going to do is that we are going to attach a schedule. I think a schedule is also can be called an attachment or an annex. So we are going to be attaching schedules. You'll see a lot of gaps that demand for schedules or annexes. Now, in these schedules, we have the details of both technical and sometimes scientific information that the project proponents, as well as other authorities that are going to be implementing this law, will be using either in developing a project proposal or in monitoring, in measuring, in verifying. So some of these forms are quite detailed and bulky. So they are not attached to this document. But what I can report is that these forms are now available. They are just doing a few touches on them and then making sure that they are synchronized both with the national laws, the policies, but also with those other 3 documents I talked about that bring us to this occasion. So the schedules will soon be attached to these regulations so that probably you can have a detailed, analysis for those of you who would want to continue engaging with the process. Now, the second level of measurement is that of the project proponent. We expect that the project proponents will, in their project development document, set out their anticipated methodologies that they are going to use in measuring some of these emissions. And then those who are regulating will look at the methodologies as well as what is already given in the legal regime and be able to say either, we can continue with this, or we can modify, or we can have a better way to measure. So those are the levels, and the schedules will give more light on that. Can you continue, please? Yeah, so part three is about registration of verifiers. As you were told by Dr. Mboga that Uganda's capacity has not reached that level, for example, where we support or we are able to do everything on our own. So we shall still be depending on the international system to do some of these verifications. That does not mean that Uganda is not working on its capacity to be able to have personnel and other possibilities to do the verification. So, but we also must comply with the international standards. So it is a requirement under our Climate Change Act that for those who are going to do verifications of most of these projects, they have to be qualified, and they must be up to the task. So it is required that they will be registered here in Uganda as verifiers. They must be found fit and proper persons to do these verifications. However, for making sure that we comply with our obligations, we shall be tagging these verifications to the international system, that for you to be able to register as a verifier in Uganda, you must prove that actually you are qualified and certified from whatever jurisdiction or from whatever place or country you are coming from. So you'll be required to bring in credentials that confirm you as a verifier, and then the certification that you receive here will be in tandem with what you have from your jurisdiction. For example, if you are registered for 1 year or your certificate has 1 year to go, definitely what you will get here will also be 1 year. But this will be subject to renewal. And we have provided for enough safeguards. For example, much as we say your registration will be valid, but also if the registration, this registration can be revoked, and the reasons for revocation are clearly laid out in Article 7. Can you go up, please, Article 7? Yes. So the Commissioner has still the powers to revoke this registration in case you have those issues. For example, if you violate the laws of Uganda or other laws. For example, if you obtained this registration fraudulently, or there is misrepresentation, or if your accreditation or your registration with your mother entity or your mother standard has been revoked, this one here will automatically also be revoked. So these are the guarantees, because it is a requirement that we need to have sound principles of making sure that you have proper standards, proper accounting, and then accountability. So the renewals, including the applications, of course, will attract fees. Can we move further? So we have in Part 4 the actual projects, which I'm sure now this is the interest of most of you, particularly in the private sector and the development partners. If you want to engage now in actual projects, you fall under Part 4. The very first process is to request for a letter of no objection. And if the authorities that be, in this case our focal authority is the Department for Climate Change, find it fit, they'll give you a letter of no objection, and then you start your activities. So for you to be able to put this process into motion, again, you must put in an application. And the application, again, as I indicated, will be as per prescription, both in the regulation and in the schedule, because there is some information that is detailed that we cannot include in these regulations. Now, the minister, if satisfied, may grant you the letter of no objection, or if he's not satisfied, he may refuse to give you that letter of no objection. So the letter has a validity period, and that is in Article 13. Can you go to Article 13? I think this is important for the audience to understand. Yeah. So the validity period, as you can see, is 24 months. So within those 24 months, you are expected to start your consultations, to organize yourself and be able to show that actually you are doing work. But remember that also within these 24 months, you are supposed to be making reports within 6 months of what you are doing. Now, this letter of no objection is not also are given all the time. If there are reasons, again, like those I pointed out, your letter of no objection may be cancelled. But there will be due process. And in case this letter, the 24 months expire before you finalize what you have to do, you have another chance to renew the letter of no objection for another year for you to be able to continue with the process. So again, the minister may allow you to renew or may refuse on the grounds that are given within the draft, which is already supplied to you. And then there will be continuous reporting, like I said, and monitoring, but as well as updating information. In case, for example, you change certain things within your proposal, you have to update this information and communicate it to the department. Now, there is also the possibility of cancellation of this approval in Article 24. And probably we can have a quick look at 24. What would be the reasons for this kind of cancellation? 24? Can we rush to 24, please? 24? Yeah. So those are the reasons when the minister can cancel. Okay. Now, this approval, according to the position of the government of Uganda, is not easily transferable. However, if you satisfy the minister, he may authorize the transfer of this approval to a transferee that you may have intended to transfer to. And again, you have to keep updating information. And then this project is subject to validation, to verification. And then once you have carbon credits that you have generated, these you have generated or you intend to generate, these are also registrable. And the authorities also need to be sure about the use of these credits. As you remember that there are different mechanisms. Some of them go towards the NDC, others go towards other mitigation purposes. These may be international or may go to contributing to the reduction of emissions within the country itself. So the purpose and the use are very critical for the regulators to be sure that they are monitoring and they are reporting in accordance with the instruments that they are working underneath. The part 4 is about transfer of verified carbon credits. As you are aware, Dr. Mboga clearly explained this, that some of the players are interested in transferring. Now, we have transfers at 2 levels. There is the international transfer, where you transfer the ITMOs. For example, a party other than Uganda is interested in using some of the carbon credits Uganda generates, or an entity in Uganda generates to meet its own NDC. Uganda can sell those credits to that entity. But for these carbon credits to be transferred to whoever wants to use them, there is a process. And this process is informed both by these regulations, but also the Trinity that I told you, particularly the Paris Agreement, that you are not everything is transferable. There is what is transferable and what is not transferable. That is at international level. But also, we are looking at the possibility to transfer from within. entity X may generate its own carbon credits, and for sufficient cause, they wish to transfer these to entity Y. They should also be allowed to transfer these in accordance with the law. Because as you recollect, this, other than the development aspects, it is also a business. So we are talking about transfers possible at those levels. So these transfers must be authorized. And Dr. Mboga told you about the letter of authorization and what it contains and what it will say. For example, if you are talking about authorization of transfers, this may be first transfer, for example, of ITMOs, or it may be subsequent, or a third level transfer of these ITMOs. So the letter of authorization will specifically tell what kind of transfer this is. And then this authorization, again, can be cancelled for good reason. The draft regulations provide those grounds which you may be interested in looking at. Now, the last part we have is the miscellaneous part, which is of no less importance, but quite important. You have the register, which they have told you about. And this register is supposed to be a register that speaks to the register of the Trinity, which I told you about. They should be able to speak, for example, to the database that is set out in the Paris Agreement. And we shall register all these transactions in Uganda, but where these must be reported in the framework of the international system, they will automatically enter the database established under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And then this register should be inspected. As you are aware that there is need for transparency, for making sure that there is accountability, for those who want to inspect this register, it will be inspectable according to the terms that the department will elaborate to you. And then there is a very important clause, that is 38, which is compliance of existing projects. As you learned from the presentation from Irene, she indicated that Uganda has had over 130 projects. These projects are moving and they are doing well, and you cannot just, pretend that they are not there. So these regulations actually give life to these projects, that the approval of these projects is valid, but they have to update their, and within the agreed framework will be given by the Department for Climate Change, be able to comply with the new regime. This is because the country must make sure that they are on top of what is going on, but they can also be able to meet their obligations to report to the Secretariat of the Paris Agreement about the activities of these projects. As you are aware, most of these reports are either in 6 months, within a year, or 2 years. So the reporting, much as is regular to the Department for Climate Change in Uganda, the climate change also has obligations to keep reporting to the International Secretariat. So the two serve that purpose, that this regular reporting provides information that goes into these technical reports so that reporting is done for purposes of information sharing, for transparency, for accountability, but also remember that every 2 years they will be revising these NDCs and then they have to up the game so that the countries can be able to meet their targets and to counter climate change. So those are the brief regulations that we have. They are still very open for proposals, for those of you who are interested to make input, but also the schedules I talked about, the drafts are out. The department is going to examine them with other experts and government officers. By our next session, we should have a complete document with the schedules attached. But one most important point is that the Department of Climate Change will remain with the custody of these forms. Because as you are aware that climate change is a developing area, the science is changing, the policies are changing, the requirements are changing. So they may say Schedule X or Form Y has been updated, and you have to, for example, go to our website and download another form. So these forms are not going to be cast in stone. And that's why you have so many forms, because they will contain a lot of detailed and technical information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have gone through the two key presentations, the overview of the climate change mechanism guidelines. Now we have gone through the regulations, and we have seen how they look like. And this being a stakeholders consultative meeting, we are now opening the floor for comments, questions, suggestions, input, so that these regulations are meeting all our expectations. And all of you are experts in your own right. Some of you have worked elsewhere in the world. We can benefit from your experiences. So I would like to request that you get somebody to move around with a mic. We'll take a number of comments, questions, and then you will get responses from the consultants and also the Commissioner Climate Change and her team and the rest of us. So, comments. We'll have about 25-30 minutes of comments, depending on how they come through. So let's get a number. Let's start from there. So consultant, take note of the comments as they come. Yes, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, my name is Pauline Nantongo Kalunda, and I work for an organization that has been trading in carbon credits for the past 20 years. So I'm making comments based on that experience. Number one is there's a lot of confusion in the taxonomy because there are some statements or phrases that mean something in the international carbon market which are being used differently in these regulations, and that becomes very confusing. For example, but first and foremost, even in the title, we said that these are climate change mechanism regulations, but everything within the body is about how to commoditize and trade. So it doesn't talk about every other thing that they said would be included in the mechanisms. And then, even when then they define verified carbon credit. On the international level, a verified carbon credit or a verified emission reduction refers to an emission reduction that is in the voluntary sphere. But here, we have said that it is referring to the certified emission reductions, which is a reference that normally refers to the compliance market. So I'm really confused about these guidelines, whether they are guidelines for all the mechanisms all their guidelines for just the certified emission reductions. Because for me, the minute I read that, then I concluded they don't include voluntary, because even where they are using verified emissions, they are saying that means certified emissions. So I'm thinking these are guidelines for certified emissions. Either we clarify, but I think it would be nice to standardize the language such that we adopt a language that many standards or many players or that is internationally verified. Then also maybe the other comment is from being ignorant about how government writes their regulations, because I would have expected the regulations to offer some clarity on carbon tenure security. I would have also expected the guidelines to show the different types of credits, like they are land use based and non-land use based. Then also when it comes to reporting a transfer, normally a transfer happens at point of sale. I have purchase agreements that I negotiate over a year, and I have purchase agreements that I sell within a week. So if the certified market also operates like that, which I don't know, and I have a sale that is required for immediate retirement within a week, but then I am supposed to report it to the minister for 100 days. So I don't know how it works. And then I also see that we are unnecessarily generating a lot of work for the minister. Because if we have a registry and there is interoperability between the different registries that are applicable in the different standards, why all this reporting? Because if the reason we are having these guidelines is to allow for people to invest, to allow for this mobilization of resources, but then every time I'm selling 10 credits or 100 credits or 1,000 credits, I'm seeking all these permissions, I'm giving all these reports. So why isn't it that we align it in such a way that the verification or certification or authorization that has been given to a credit allows them to transfer? And then we know that this project is generating 10,000 tons and they are authorized for transfer. Then within the reporting that is being given once a year or whatever it is, that's when it's reported, because that's when the corresponding adjustments take place. So I see a lot of work that is being put on the table of the minister unnecessarily. Yet the reason we have registries, the reason we relate with other standards is to be able to get that kind of information. Then secondly, or whatever number it is, we are saying that we will adhere to international standards, work with international agreed principles, and then I'm seeing a duplication of roles or a conflict of interest, because a verifier is supposed to be an independent body. But then you're saying that every project must work with a certain verifier, and it's that verifier that registers a transfer. So if there is a mistake or a lack of compliance, who do you hold accountable? Because verifiers are supposed to verify that indeed this project met all the compliance requirements. But if the verifier is linked to that project, is the one who submitted that information, then again, how do they gain the independence to be able to because that verifier is like an auditor. So how do they have that independence to be able to do that role? I could go on for the rest of the meeting, but I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the comments. And later on, of course, we'll get opportunities to provide written comments and maybe going section by section. And again, maybe to also know that we have regulations and guidelines, and maybe when we are commenting, we may need to see they are not the same. Guidelines and regulations are different, so we may need also to look at this and also know that there is a hierarchy as we go down. So let's get additional comments and take note and you respond. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. It's Virginia from Simoshi. We've been issuing both carbon credits under the CDM and under the gold standard, so compliance and voluntary markets for the past 7 years. We are transitioning to Article 6.4, but we don't know where we are transitioning to. So it would be very important for us to give valuable comments if you could share the guidelines with us. It's really, really important. Documents that we are looking here, it says nothing to us, yeah? We don't have the details, and there's a big question mark what the transition is gonna look like. So we need a time frame linked to that, because we close monitoring periods every year. For the past 7 years, we've been issuing carbon credits. So on one side, we are transitioning to Article 6.4, but we still need to close monitoring periods. So having a clear time frame helps us a lot on how we're going to be planning ahead, especially taking into account that we are linked to a crediting period validity for this transition. And then last, I didn't see anything mentioned towards tax regulations. Yeah, fees, but it's so important tax and Ministry of Finance talk together about how it's going to come into the Income Tax Act for Uganda, because it's always been so blurry. Income tax, how we pay carbon credits, nevertheless fees is talked about, and that would be very helpful moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the comments. I think you raised the issue, the importance of sharing these documents. If they have not been shared, they need to be shared so that people can go through and make comments and provide some suggestions. Okay? Yes, let's see. I will have to distribute, so 2 people on this table, then I'll move to other tables, otherwise.
Thank you very much for the great work you have done on the regulations. Like the speakers before me, Pauline and Virginia, there's need to share the documentation so that you are able to comment in detail on both the regulations, the schedules, as they're called, and the guidelines, yeah? Because as they say, the devil is in the detail, yeah? So once you don't have the details, then you have no basis of commenting or making useful comments. Yes, I'll go back to Pauline's comment to try and have a uniform way regarding taxonomy so that all the definitions are aligned to what is agreed upon internationally. So that way it becomes more understandable and not confusing, yeah? I saw, unfortunately the guidelines were not shared, but the presentation on the guidelines, you had a list of a number of voluntary crediting schemes, and I thought I'd request to add another upcoming scheme, which is the Global Carbon Council. It is based in the Middle East, but we have, I think, at least 1 or 2 projects by UEGCL have been registered under that. So I think it would be important to put it under that list. And then in the definitions on page 4, interpretation, you have something about the verified carbon credit that Pauline has already talked about. I think it may not be appropriate to use the carbon offset term here, so I think that will have to be revised. And then when you talk about registration of verifiers, I think the title has to be changed to verifiers and validators, because later on you talk about the need for validation, although there is a factual error because you talk about a project proponent of a carbon project shall, upon receipt of an approval under Regulation 18, shall validate, but the project proponent does not validate the project by themselves. So that will have to be revised. And then that has to be captured under the registration of verifiers, because the same parties will have to validate and verify. And if the definition is different, it has to be clarified. So maybe we'll have to have a few definitions, maybe verification, validation, to be sure what exactly you're talking about when you talk about verification of validation. And then I thought in some areas we could have some more detail as to, for example, when it comes to consideration, yes, under 17, consideration of application for approval, you have you have so much time to submit your application, and then you are required to provide further information. So I think there ought to be a further clause that defines if that is not met. If you don't do it within 14 days, then what happens? Maybe you have to reapply for the approval. And then under 21, there's a commencement of the project. The project proponent shall, within 24 months after receiving the approval, commence the implementation of the project activities. Also to clarify, like other speakers have said, is this both for the voluntary projects? It's mandatory for all project activities. That needs to be clarified. And then when you talk about commence implementation, are you talking about the underlying project? For some projects, maybe this does not make sense, but for some it makes a lot of sense to define what exactly you mean by commencement, because let's say it's a hydro project, yeah? So you need to seek for the letter of no objection, probably maybe at the time you're doing you reached financial close. Depending on the size of the project, it could take 2 to 5, 7 years, yeah, when the construction is ongoing, yeah? So you cannot say that it has to be, 2 years validity, and then you have to commence implementation. If it's implementation of the carbon project, it cannot happen until the underlying project is completed. So that needs to be clarified. And then under 30, the project proponent shall use the verified carbon credits for the purpose specified in the project design document referred to in Regulation 18. I don't know if you'll have, like I said, that maybe the devil is in the detail. So you'll have, maybe we have a new form that has to be followed to meet the national requirements. And under this you specify the purpose. But in the previous form, we didn't have to specify the purpose for which the carbon credits are to be used in the project design document. It makes sense to clarify that maybe when you're seeking authorization stage, because at this stage you may not even know, yeah, exactly how you're going to use the carbon credits. And then, of course, I was thinking, of course, I don't have the details of the guidelines, but one of the things that I thought maybe the positive list that is talked about, if it could be fast-tracked as soon as possible, maybe even completed by the end of this project. I know they've given guidelines on how we come up with a positive list for the country. Because, for example, we have a number of projects, including Shemboshe here, that have applied for transition to 6.4. And one of the conditions for transition is that the type of project must be stipulated under the positive list, which has been publicly. So that means that transition cannot be completed until that list is out. Yeah? So that will need to be fast-tracked as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to get your concurrence on the approach. At this rate, of course, we shall need a week to get everybody to provide inputs, which are very important. Now, I've just been consulting people here, and we want to propose how maybe we can get the best out of this. So maybe, Commissioner, you could just comment, and then we agree. We need these comments. We need to make sure the regulations and the guidelines really have everybody's input. Maybe what we want to agree on is the approach. Maybe Tom, you will also comment after Margaret, just so that we get concurrence on how we move.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you all for the contributions so far. We realize there's so much that needs to be input from each of us, the stakeholders. And these are very, very important proposals that are coming in. But we also realize that we do not have so much time, and yet we need these proposals into the regulations. However, I also want to tell you that I think we are mixing two things, the regulations and guidelines. We have not yet, we have not completed preparation of the regulations. and recall that the regulations need to be completed, then we come up with guidelines. Because what are you preparing guidelines for? It is for the regulations. The details are in those guidelines and the schedules. So for now, we have the draft regulations, which have been looked into by the National Task Force. And now we wanted the bigger stakeholders to give us their input. Now, to effectively do this, we have two proposals. One, can we have an afternoon session, a breakup group work, so that we have more input from you? Because what is coming up is very, very important, and yet we realize that maybe you hadn't gotten the documents in time, and then we have one person talking for 10 minutes, we shall not finish. So we thought if we broke out into groups, and they really thrash this out in our group work, then have a plenary. The other option is to allow you go back in your own constituents, the private sector, the CSOs, MDAs. You organize yourselves, have a meeting, ready within 2 days. You submit your input to the drafting team, and then we have that. Those are the two proposals. If that is okay, maybe also UNDP can come in here, and then we chat our way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, colleagues, for this huge interest. It's amazing how you are dissecting this, and we would want to get as much as possible from you. And that's why when we had a very small consultation here, we felt that probably we need more time for you to make your inputs so that we have very informed consideration of the guidelines, of the regulations. I fully concur with the Madam Commissioner on the two proposals. We would want to see what you prefer. Either we add an afternoon session, we break into groups, we make our inputs in more detail, or we share the documents and the different constituents make your inputs, and within 2 days you submit them to the Secretariat so that we integrate them. So it will depend on really what majority want, and probably Chair, you may want to ask by show of hands what they prefer. Thank you.
Thank you. My suggestion is it's very simple. In fact, request to our consultant team. I don't know what extent they brought into the best practices from other countries in preparing this draft. If they already done it, it's okay. If not, I request to the consultant team to look into at least 2 or 3, similar regulations, guidelines prepared by other country in the world, and whether the Uganda regulation guidelines is similar, or if there's anything we could learn from others, so that we actually, whatever we do, finalize, it's in line with the some of the best practices which we see in the outside the Uganda. Thank you.
Maybe to respond very quickly. We had 2 consultants who came up with these regulations, who have been guided by the National Legal Team from Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. And one of the consultants is an international consultant, and therefore I think we have drawn from a lot of experiences across the world, and we think we are being informed by the best practices in developing this. But yes, your question is valid, and we would want the consultants to confirm whether they indeed consulted other regulations from other countries in coming up with these regulations. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much. So we are going to seek your views on the 2 proposals, but also the consultants will have to respond to some of the general issues that have already come out. I think standardization of the language we are using and also following international best practice. And also ensuring there is no confusion in the document, so be ready to comment on that. But before the consultant does that, let's agree on how you think we can proceed. Do you think if we remain in plenary, we'll achieve our objectives, considering where we are now? I think we all agree we will not. I know, of course, when you come for a workshop and you know it is half day, you already have other programs, but we are also asking you whether you can spare time and then we extend the day and we have some, maybe 1 hour group discussion so that some inputs are captured. Then the other option is to go into the different constituents and give ourselves 2 days to put things, and of course we can even have both. We can still have the group discussions and still go and get inputs, the various constituencies. So, any suggestions? Yes?
Thank you very much, the moderator. I think the suggestion one work, considering that we came to look into the regulation, and also beside that, there are certain constituencies which I belong to. When we decide to go back, it might be very hard to bring us together or to be sure that our ideas are actually adopted. So to me, I would propose that we adopt suggestion one, we conclude with these processes once and for all, and then we go back and focus ourselves on other things as we wait for the implementation of the regulation. Thank you.
So can we maybe, again, show hands, those who are in favor of the first option, of extending our stay here a little bit so that we can have some group discussions? Put up your hands high. Oh. Okay, and it doesn't have to take the whole day. We can extend from 1, we extend maybe by another 1 hour. Because as I think I said, it is difficult to get all of us together the way we are, and also even we have group discussion, then you benefit from inputs of the others. There are those who are experts, there are those who are just beginning to walk, so they would want to benefit from the others. So put up again those who are in favor of the first option. Okay. Let's see those who are in favor of the second option. Okay. All right, so. And those who are not in favor of any. So I see the first and second option, the numbers are almost balancing. So what do we do? I think we can have both, isn't it? The third proposal? Somebody has the third?
That's it, I think what you've said. We stay for the 1 hour,
yes.
Do the brainstorming,
Yeah.
but we also submit.
Yes, yeah. So let's have both. Again, we know we have other commitments, so we do understand. So we are going to have group discussions, and we stay for 1 more hour. We're supposed to end at 1:30. We can extend up to. Then you go back and provide track changes so that it is easier. Do we agree with that? Okay. So we are going, maybe consultant will come over just to respond to a few things, and then we see how groups are. You want to suggest how we can form groups?
So it'd be quite helpful just to make sure that the inputs for the group discussions are also shared, so that people that can't stay the extra hour can also benefit from that brainstorming.
So the suggestion is that whatever will be discussed in groups will be shared. So it would be important that those groups type whatever they are putting up so that the Secretariat can share for the benefit of those who will not be able to stay. Is that okay? Okay, so Gloria, you will capture all of these. What?
Thank you, moderator. Actually, we still have a room until the end of the day. So I suggest we do the group work, then after lunch, we come back, we do the plenary, and all the session chairs present their feedback. I think this will be more well structured. Because if we just discuss and the sharing is also important. And this will also be captured. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that's a good idea. So we are going to have a group work where we capture the discussions, and then the rapporteurs or chairs of those groups will report. Okay? So do we agree that we have about 1 hour group work, and then whatever you suggest, whether 45 minutes, then we take a short lunch, and then we report after? Well, what is the view? I know it is coming to 1. Any suggestions on how best we can do it so that we don't actually lose, I think he has a suggestion. You have a mic there?
Thanks, moderator. I'm suggesting we can proceed. Guys, the discipline of getting things done, that is execution. Yet the net zero clock is ticking. This is one docket that we've been waiting for the last 1 year plus. So I suggest we stay and stretch for another 1 hour. We discuss. What I request is maybe UNDP, you can segment us quickly in the next 10 minutes. Give us segments, group 1, group 2, group 3. We quickly converge and then start discussing. Give you feedback as fast as possible. Thanks very much.
I still don't understand. The schedule, the guidelines supersedes this. This comes after. So how can I comment on this? I know this is a result of guidelines, of a schedule. I cannot comment on a final document where there's other documents superseding this. It doesn't make sense. There are guidelines and there are schedules, and the schedules are mentioned here. So how can I make a final comment on a schedule that it's not explained to me? I don't see a schedule. I don't see a guideline. How can I give my comment to a blind document?
Let me clarify on this. I think I said it in my comments that we are first preparing regulations. What we have now is a draft regulations, and guidelines will be prepared after we have the regulation, because the guidelines have to speak to the regulations. They can't be standalone. In fact, that is something we really wanted to be clear right from the beginning so that we don't confuse stakeholders. Then when it comes to the issue of some of these terminologies, the guiding principle is the National Climate Change Act. So whatever terminologies are being used, the guidance is the National Climate Change Act, and our drafting team guided that whatever terminologies are being used is coming from this, the main legislative document, which is the Act. So let's not get worried about some of these things. It is the Climate Change Act that is driving us. But the international experiences, best practice is also being taken into consideration. And that will also come out very clearly in our guidelines. And the schedule will give details of how we are going to implement the regulations. So let's not get worried. We are going to have the details of the schedule, and it will even give some of the definitions. I had somebody talking of that. It came out during the task force meeting that we are going to have details in the schedule, but furthermore in the guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, just to emphasize what Commissioner Margaret has highlighted, let's look at the hierarchy of the policy and legal framework. You start with the policy sets the direction, and it is broad. Now you operationalize the policy through the law, the act. Now the act is operationalized through regulations, so you are moving down. Then the guidelines are the nitty-gritty. So where we are now, refer to what the National Climate Change Act says. And the regulations are helping us to unpack it and operationalize it. You actually don't need regulations now. You only need to say, if there's a provision in the Act, how are we operationalizing it through the regulations? And of course, the schedules are going, for example, to talk about, say, the fees structure, maybe the application, the form that we'll use. Those ones, I think, will be discussed. But I think, as has been mentioned, let's remember that we have the Act, and the regulations are helping us to operationalize it. And I hope you do understand. So whatever you see in the regulations, the mother is here. If there are terms that are wrongly put in here, they will also be wrongly put in the regulations. Because this act came into place in 2021, and yes, we requested that Parliament actually reviews it. So again, let's look at what is in here, and then we see whether it is consistent with what is in the regulation. But no, I'm done actually. I wanted to call the consultant so that we go to the drawing board and actually work.
Mine is just a general comment. The purpose of having these regulations is to put everything in the country into context. We want to have a well-organized carbon markets and trading in the country. Where people are saying, you're giving too much work to the minister, to the climate change, the department responsible for climate change, that is the very reason why we are preparing the regulations, to put everything into context and have a smooth trade for the country. Thank you.
So consultants, just comment, just clarify a few things, and then we form groups. And I didn't be ready to guide us on the groups, you know, the stakeholder groups, both of them, yes. Yeah. Both of you will comment.
You want me to sit on the chair's table? I prefer to be on the sidelines. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the first, I'll call them the first comments. They are all taken in good faith. For the terminologies, I will explain that reflects the process we've gone through. We actually, when we were hired to work on carbon markets. And then along the way, we moved into 6.4 and then later 6.8. So some of those are the remnants. And then, of course, at the end of the day, Minister of Finance, Justice comes in and says, no, this is our document. It's actually their document. There are a lot of things that I mentioned or alluded to that we actually had suggested. They said throw them out because they are not in your act. And these are coming from what other countries have done. How are you treating the fees? You want a fund, you want a registry, because this is how other countries in the region, Ghana, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Kenya are doing it. And they said, no, if you want these things, the way other countries have done them, then go ahead and amend your act. So the act is silent on some of these things. So we, Minister of Justice, went and took the document and said, according to what you have, this is what we can give you. And then they said, if you want more into this document, ask Parliament to amend the act. Okay, so that's what but it suggested that in the guidelines, that should come after the regulations, because the regulations have to go through the formal approvals, cabinet, and then Parliament. The guidelines, you're free. Again, focused on the sections of the regulations. So basically, it's unfortunate that the Minister of Justice is not here, but this is them taking charge. Now, there is a section in the law, and then that talks about the money. Again, the section in the Act specifies that the Ministry of Water and the Environment will work with the Ministry of Finance to work on those. We are not yet reached there. And so they guided that until the two ministers have sat to provide for that, we can't go there. Thank you very much. But the suggestions, since this is the first time the document is coming out, they are very welcome and they're taken in good faith. Thank you.
Probably what I can say is document those things that should be there but are not there because of the constraints, so that they become discussion issues. I hope, consultant, you are capturing those issues you have talked about, so that
Yes.
we don't lose them. We might be having a constraint over the act, but if they are needed, then we can go back. If they are absolutely needed, then we can actually go back.
Chair, we are a team of two. I don't know whether Daniel wants to say something. He's online, on call. Daniel, are you there? Great, yeah.
Okay, as he comes in, let's get the legal opinion.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your comments, which again I want to associate with Dr. Mboga, that we are taking in good faith. I think I will comment on only 2 or 3 things. The first one is the issue of the Climate Change Act. The first thing is that it provides for a number of regulations. So this is just one of them. And at first, the process was looking at carbon markets, but then we realized that under Article 6, we are looking not only at the market aspects, but also other mechanisms. So it was decided that we stretch it that far. And those issues you have pointed out that don't appear have been identified by the meeting we had recently. Unfortunately, we don't have the state attorney who took down those issues, and they were supposed to be incorporated into the draft. But we are going to adjust them to that extent. So you don't have to worry about that. Now, the second aspect is about the international taxonomy against what is within. I think we look at it at 2 levels. The first one is the schedules, which she pointed out very clearly. Now, most of these schedules, other than those that address local circumstances, are going to be done in accordance with the international regime. So if, for example, we are talking about a carbon generating project, in terms of, for example, carbon markets, then it will be in accordance with what they call the conference of parties, serving as the meeting of parties to the Paris Agreement, has given us guidance. They are legal instruments that technically guide these processes. So the schedules and the modalities, the procedures, and the regulations are going to be in accordance with those different guidances. And I have no doubt that Dr. Mbogan and your colleague will be willing and ready to share these schedules with the different stakeholders. Already we have seen some of these schedules. They are here. I'm sure they are going to share. Now, the few other schedules that are addressing the local context, look at what we need to look at as the jurisdiction of Uganda when we are looking at these projects, because there are obligations that Uganda has to fulfill as a jurisdiction or as a party when it is authorizing and regulating these projects. For example, when we talk about registration of verifiers and validators, the law specifically says unless a verifier or a validator is registered, they cannot verify or validate. Now, that is notwithstanding, for example, that Uganda may not have all the necessary infrastructure as well as resources, both in terms of registration or the personnel that are qualified. However, under the international system, you have already qualified persons as well as working entities that can be relied on. So that's why you have put this into the regulations, that if you bring us your credentials, that you are qualified as a verifier or a validator, then we shall register you and you work on the strengths of your credentials, but also we fulfill the provisions of the law that you are a registered verifier or validator in accordance with the Climate Change Act. I do associate with most of the comments, particularly about taxonomy. These are just, no need to worry about that. But I also strongly, recommend that the schedules are shared, and then we see, how these speak to both the regulations, but also the international system. We have not a lot of time, but we have a week, I think, Madam Commissioner, probably a week in which people can keep commenting. That's too long. At least we have maybe 3 days. 2 days. She says 2 days. We see how we can work within that time and we share. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that the general responses have been provided. We need to form groups, otherwise we might remain rotating around. So I just wanted that some of those discussions are held in groups. Who is guiding us on group? Gloria, you are the one, you and Irene? Who? Mehdi, are you helping on the group? We did have further discussions in groups. I suggest that we do that. Mehdi, help us to.
Thank you very much, Chair. My task is very simple.
Recording in progress.
We're going to make only 3 groups. And so that each table becomes a group. We can make like 4 groups. That means that this is one group. These 2 tables are forming a group. This is group number 1. Group number 2 are these 2 tables, making group number 2. Group number 3 are these 2 tables. Then group number 4, these 2 tables. Isn't it? Okay? Then we have 4 groups, and we are going to look at each and everything in this document. Then you make a reference to the act which you have. If you want details, you can make reference to this hard copy, but you need to come up with a table. Then you say section this, area this. This is what we feel that it should be in that order. Okay? No, we are going to use computers because we need feedback. Pardon? Pardon? Yeah. The suggestion is that we start the group in 30 minutes, then we shall break for lunch, then we come back and finish the business. Okay? Hello, everybody. 1 minute. The food is ready. I'm proposing that if the group is already organized, they can go eat food and come back. Food is ready. Restaurant. David, once you sit, we start. Huh? Just write your email address. We shall be planting it on the four groups. But write well, don't write.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Group 4, we try to digest and try to respond to the items listed in this document. First and foremost, we started by digesting that is part 3, item number 5 on page 5, whereby we discussed the certificate of registration of registered verifiers. Other stakeholders weren't comfortable with what was listed or written in this document. So our feedback was absence of credible local verifier in Uganda. If we don't have stakeholders who will be verifying for this particular project, how best can we manage the turnaround time? And then another feedback was that the commissioner should not be the final verifier. How best can we also support or involve other stakeholders to manage the turnaround time other than relying on the commissioner only to make sure that at least the document goes through for final consideration. Another item was item number 24 on page 10, the cancellation of approval. The issue was regarding the carbon rights. How best can we involve other stakeholders playing in the same space to see that the carbon rights come to the final decision making? Then another feedback was personal needs to be protected, that the different practitioners who are into this space of carbon credit trading, how best can we protect their interest to deliver the same mission towards the Paris Agreement? When you move to page 33, item number 33, page 12, authorization of international and transfer of verification carbon credits, feedback from other stakeholders in group 4 were clarity on timelines. The timelines didn't come out well to this particular item. Then another bullet is about the clarity between consideration and authorization. How can we involve other stakeholders playing in the same space of carbon credit just a minute? The clarity between consideration and authorization involving other stakeholders to this item number 33 on page 12. Then item number 22 on page 9, report on progress of report. Feedback was verifying on the 13th March reporting timeline. Is this really viable? And this is based on what? based on the country's financial year or based on the quarterly basis. So the team was suggesting that can we leverage from the quarterly basis as far as the country's financial year to stipulate this, the reporting time frame. Another bullet here was suggestion is to make it open, either quarterly, annually, or semi-annually. I think this speaks to the previous feedback. When you go to page number 13, item number 36, whereby they say register of carbon generating project. Registering the carbon generating project based on what? More clarity on the data inspection and data protection strategies concerning access to data. This is another feedback to this document. Then you have to part 4, page number 17. We need more clarification on benefits sharing. Another bullet to this particular item also, what happens upon transfer of verified carbon credits. Then include core benefit sharing financial obligations of project corresponding to or corresponding adjustment fees. Feedback still from stakeholders from group 4. Our general comment, set timelines for every activity to streamline activities. Then suggestions of setting up a registry, i.e. Uganda National Registry for Carbon Credits. It's very important for us to deliver this document to other stakeholders and get quick endorsement. That's it, Mr. Moderator, from Group 4.
Thank you very much for the feedback. This is Group 4. We are not opening up for discussion. Everybody discussed this. The only feedback we can get for clarity from this other side, isn't it? So we are not opening up any discussion on what they have brought. The only feedback that we can get may be from this other side. For example, let me just respond quickly for a few things. If you look at the timelines, that is really very, very important, but some of these things are going to be put in the schedule of activities. Because there's a schedule of activities that we try to bring out some bit of timeline, but also providing on the reporting, because we talked about, the group discussed about the reporting, which data is it required, isn't it? Which information is it required? So the information which will be required, most of it couldn't go in the guideline itself, but rather could come in the table form, that this is the table, provide information on A, B, C, D, isn't it? So there will be, where you're seeing schedules or forms, the forms will be now going to bring out what kind of information is needed and in what format. So, but I think this is very, very good feedback. I don't know if from my team this side has any input from what they have submitted.
There's a supplement from him.
Pardon? A minority report?
Yeah, when you go up, please scroll up. So on section 33, page 12, authorization of international transfer of verified carbon credit. Between consideration and authorization, I think something was not clearly explained. What is the difference between consideration and authorization? My colleagues were suggesting that might you be considered without being authorized? So there needs to be clarity on something there.
One point to note, perhaps maybe making some sense for those who have drafted, but these guidelines are for stakeholders. So meaning that the clarity is really very, very important for that. These guidelines, I mean the regulations are speaking for themselves. I see Dr. Michael Mboga noting, but also Dr. Michael, I think you are noting the explanation from their presentation, but we have picked this matrix because we have to use them to make reflection on all these directions. But thank you very much. Like I said, that no any other group is contributing to what they have said because you discussed the same questions. But we need to pick out from each and every group. So thank you very much. And I have provided some bit of information that in the guidelines, where you see forms and schedules, it is about the details of the data that will be required and the format. So that's where the detailed information will be provided for, as they have observed. Right now they are not there, that's why they put the schedule or forms, meaning that that form will provide which type of information and data is required to be reported on. but it's not yet already in the guidelines, in the regulations themselves. So that has been group number 4. Okay? No, they have already shared their part with Irene. Group number 3, we are doing the reverse order. Group number 3. Number 3 is here. Have you shared your documents, Irene? Where is the fresh? Okay. Can all the groups send to Irene so that now they are collected at the same time? Because you have one memory stick you are using with the IT team. Can we have all the groups sending to Irene? Because I will not be picking a flash from them and then take it back. We are looking for a memory stick. You have borrowed their memory stick. You have it, eh? Okay. We are using this too. For this group. Please send the presentations, all of them, I use that to see them at the same time. It's not working? Can use this.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. This is a group presentation by Group 2. We didn't have any comment on part 1, but we had comments on other parts. Part 2, under measurement of emissions, the first thing we looked at was the spellings. You see, as you can see there is a problem with the spelling, greenhouse gases. Kindly delete, look at that typo. Then also under that, we saw that there's need to review section 3.1 to synchronize the different methodologies for measurements. Part 3, under registration of verifiers, you need to include validators in both the title and the content. And as you do that, we also recommend that you do the same for section 5. Then section 4, there was an omission, and we request that you correct it to without registering. As you read it, you will see what we're talking about. And then under part 4, approval of climate change mechanisms, it was, we found it that there was no ground for appeal. So our recommendation as a group was that you provide a ground for appeal on the side of a project proponent in case they were not granted approval. Then there was also another comment that you need to link section 13 to section 38 under miscellaneous, because right now it's just a blanket statement which needs to be linked. Then section 16, you need to replace the word carbon generating project with the word climate change mechanism project. That is a recommendation from us. But as usual, you can think about it and put it into consideration in case you find it fit. Then under section 16.2, there is need to break the sentence into 2, because right now it's very long. So we thought you would break it right after the word lapse, so that we have 2 sentences here instead of one very long one. Section 16.4, replace the word abide with the word comply. And then also make reference to a schedule. You mentioned earlier that different schedules would be attached, so we thought that also needs a schedule. Section 9, don't leave it open, was a recommendation from the group, but add according to the Climate Change Act, because right now it's just a blanket statement, very open, and anything can happen. So we would request that you refer it to the Climate Change Act. And then 24E, add the word human rights abuse, the words, because right now that is missing actually. So we thought it would also be good to also look at other issues in addition to what you have provided there. And then 25.1, let it positively show that there is a possibility for transfer. That was one of the group recommendations. And then part 5, we did not have many comments as such, just 2. And under section 31, part 1, we will recommend that you add the word in, it's a minor one, to read that shall in 100 working days. If you read that sentence, you'll also see what we're talking about. So kindly add the word in. I know you're going to do another reading of this, and probably you would have even come across it, but we thought of bringing it here as well. And then lastly, 31.1, reconsider the timeline. The group recommend, or rather say that 100 days is a lot of time, depending on the nature of the project. So kindly look into the time frame as well. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much once again to my group mates for all the comments and contributions. And thank you all for the audience. Thank you.
This is group 2. For the feedback, I hope that there is no contention from the group. The group is everything's fine? Everything's fine, yeah? Okay, from the group. From this side, any question? Any question for the group? So I noticed one thing. That thing of making an appeal, I think is that once you have not granted approval, and then you give reason as to why, is there a possibility of somebody to appeal? I think we should look into that. I think it is interesting. Yeah, but that is really very good feedback. The team is going to look into this and then see how it can be accommodated. And please note that these are two teams. There's a technical team for climate change led by the consultants over there, Mike and his colleague who is online, isn't it? But also, there is the legal team looking into the legalities. Like I just give an example. We are talking about the registry, isn't it? We've been talking about the registry. But the registry and the legal team, it means a full department with a registrar. Then we're talking about a register, actually. So that's why we are looking at two teams to keep on what? Guiding us. So has group one shared the document? Not yet. Blacked out? So they are not going to present. So group three? Group one, what's the problem? Don't have blacked out. Which type of computer do you have? Can find out the solution. Okay, so
excuses, right?
This group is going to be analog, I think.
Exploded.
But they have typed. They'll be able to share with us, isn't it? Otherwise, there are so many people here with Apple computers. We wanted to look for a charger. So that we go with that one. For us, it's very important because this thing is time-bound. We need that soft copy to make cross-reference. Group number 3, it was renamed group number 3, eh? Uh-huh.
Should I just present it?
It is coming, it is coming.
Okay, so this is group 3.
First of all, is that your text?
It is my text,
Okay.
or our text, I should say. So we had many of the same points as group 2, so I'll try not to say the same things. On the whole, we just had a note at the beginning saying, as a lot of the schedules have not yet, or any of the schedules haven't been developed, we are commenting on a partial document right now, and therefore it's not fully complete. On the first page, the same point that Pauline had made previously, the title of the document refers to the climate change mechanisms, but actually when you look at the content, the whole document is around the carbon market. So there seems to be a little bit of a mismatch there. One of the things that we noted, which I think another group also mentioned, is that in the Climate Change Act, it says that regulations should be developed and that ownership of the carbon credits and benefit sharing for the community, private sector individuals should be included. And we could not see this anywhere in this document, so that needs to be clarified. The other piece that we had is we were struggling to understand what these regulations refer to, and it needs to be made very, very clear. Does it cover the voluntary market, compliance market? Would it include things like biodiversity credits? So there was a request to please make sure that it is very clear. We then get, we did ours by page, so we're on page 5. We had the same comment as the others that, thank you, that verifiers and validators, you need to clarify the wording there. It's the same firms, it's not just verification they're doing. There seems to be a typo in one section which was limiting our understanding of it. The certificate of registration for the registered verified, we couldn't understand what that meant. And so please could we correct that? We recommend that you need to include a definition of what is a verifier/validator and sort of the description of that group of individuals. We had a larger question about why the government needs to register validators. If these are people who are, or companies that are registered globally and they're technically approved by the standards that we are applying to, the fact of registration of the validators in country may just cause delays. We would also suggest, one of the things we're wondering is this so that fees can be applied? We were recommending that fees should not perhaps be applied here, as it may just end up as an additional deterrent. We do understand that this registration is in the Climate Change Act, but we were wondering why it would be useful. And then the same point for the renewal clauses. Once we get to page 6, our large question was on 9.1, what happens for projects which have already started, but which haven't yet been approved under any previous mechanisms? Because everything that is written in this document is as if there is a clear sequential time frame, and many of the projects that we had around our table are doing things in parallel, and therefore sort of approvals are being sought at the same time. And so there's a big question about how we would register. There's a mention of person registering the project, and we were wondering whether it should be person or project proponent. It seems to be used interchangeably throughout the document, and so we were suggesting that you should use one or the other and define it at the start. There's also a question around the project proponent or person who registered as a project. Do they need to be registered in Uganda? Where it says that, it says as applicable, but it's unclear what would make it applicable and what wouldn't. So that also needs to be clarified. We had the same question. So it says, if the ministry will request you to add additional information and you have 7 days to respond. What happens if you don't respond in that time frame? Do you have to start the whole process again? Please clarify. We had the same point as Group 2, where they were saying carbon generating projects. We're not sure that's quite the right name. We had suggested mitigation projects, but something for you to consider. We had the same point on what is the appeal process if there's a refusal. We have this same comment for every time we receive some kind of refusal. We've said the same, what's the appeal process? We had a long discussion about whether or not 24 months and then the ability to extend by 12 months is sufficient. Sometimes, and for some complicated projects, 36 months may not be enough. And we didn't know what would happen if you expire that 36 months. Do you have to start the whole process again? Or is there a way of extending again? So if that could please either look at the time frames or clarify what happens if you exceed the 36 months. We had a long discussion about, in clause 15, it's called notification, but then once we've received notification that we've got the no objection letter, we then need to report every 6 months. Now, what are we reporting on at that point? Because from our understanding, it looks like we shouldn't have started any activities, but maybe we should have, or we can start. So it was a little bit unclear, what are we reporting on? Especially as once we get the approval for the project, we're then just reporting every year, and that's very clear later. Could you please clarify whether projects can be selling credits and trading in between the period of letter of no objection and when we get the approval in? Because we may get the approval once the project activities have already started, and for projects like cook stoves where they've got short durations, they may actually be issuing credits in that period. And so there was a lot of discussions about that. There was a larger question of are you approving projects or are you just registering projects which are in country? So I think that needs to be clarified. On page 8, we had the same question as previously. It sort of says you need to do an environmental social impact assessment as applicable, or you need a permit as applicable, but it's unclear when it's applicable and when it's not. So that needs to be clarified. Yes, this was another big point. So we had a question as to whether or not, when you were presenting the guidelines, it said there's 2 options for the voluntary market. Either you get corresponding adjustments and you can trade them, or you don't get corresponding adjustments and you get no approval. Now, this group was sort of saying you need to consider that there may be an option where you need authorization of credits for sale on the voluntary market without needing corresponding adjustments. Because not all investors need the corresponding adjustments in the voluntary market if they're retiring immediately. And if there's no authorization allowed on this, the price that we will get for that is very, very low, and that will jeopardize the amounts which goes to the communities. If we do have corresponding adjustments, we would then get the higher price, but Uganda wouldn't be able to count towards the NDC the credits that we had, which we would have been able to do otherwise. So something to please consider. We had a lot of conceptual difficulties with the regulations, whether it's for voluntary, whether it's for compliance. We were trying to review at the same time for the compliance market and for the voluntary market, and therefore having some difficulties in terms of seeing whether what everything is in here makes sense or not. And so our suggestion was perhaps you might want to actually separate into two different documents or two different regulations. Page 9. You might want to use crediting period rather than the period for the carbon generating project. It was a little clearer to the group if you use those terms. 21.1, can you please define trading for 5 years? That period, it might just be being constructed. For trees, we may have started planting trees after we get the letter of no objection, but would not be trading for 4 or 5 years. Cook stoves, it would be different. So there was a lot of discussion in the group as to what does the project commencement mean in this clause. So I think you need to define. We had the same point as group 2 on the reporting period. The date of the 31st of March might be a problem. Many of us need to be reporting aligned to the standard reporting periods. And we also reporting on the 31st of March might be problematic. On page 10, yeah, so same point as group 2, where they were mentioning, it sort of says you can't transfer over to anyone else, but then the point afterwards in 25.2 actually tells you how to do that and getting the approval. And so we suggested that in 25.1, instead of using shall, like it shall not be allowed to transfer, you should add may. And then the other bigger point that we had was, why can't we just notify of transfer rather than getting approval for transfer? It seems unnecessarily burdensome to be getting the approval ahead of time. On page 11, you need to update the wording in 27.1. Project proponents do not validate. They can initiate validation or get their projects validated, but it has to be done by external validators. We had a larger point as well on, in the PDD, there's a couple of points in these regulations where it says you have to specify what the credits will be used for. Sorry, going to voluntary market, do they need corresponding adjustments or not? And normally in a PDD, you don't have to specify that. And so the recommendation from the group would be not to have that in there, because it may change over time depending on what's happening in the market and various other things. 29.1, which is around the validator, I can't remember the exact wording, but it's around the validator registering with the government here, I think. Anyway, the group here was essentially saying the way it's stated right now is completely wrong. It's the project proponent that would be responsible for doing that, not the registered verifier. Same issue for 29.2. A lot of discussions on 31, 32, 33. 100 days prior notice to get approval to transfer is too long. It's not practical, especially if you are selling to voluntary market. We also had a strong recommendation that we shouldn't need approval for selling. We should just be notifying when it's happened within a certain time frame. Carbon credits are a commodity and they need to be treated as such. We need to be able to trade them when the market prices are high, etc. And then we thought maybe that wording was more appropriate for ITMOs rather than the voluntary market, and so it came back to this. We're trying to review this with two different hats, and we're finding it quite difficult. 33, again, if you get refused, what's the appeal process? And then I think this is our last point. On page 13, 38.1, it basically says that so the concern here was that if there's a small adjustment on the methodology that a project is using, would it require us to go through the whole registration process again? Or, you know, is there a way of just adjusting slightly? And then the other piece that we had is, what are approved projects currently? Which projects would be considered approved? Because it's slightly unclear to us what would fall with that one at the moment. Is it something which is just running and has been running for a while? Or is it something which has been registered somehow or has some kind of documented approval? And that
is group 3. Thank you very much for the feedback. Is there anybody from the group who may wish to add? No, okay. There's no addition, but in your presentation, some of them were recommendations, others were in form of questions that they may need some bit of clarity, and I think others were just suggestions that could allow improvement. We take note of all the submissions because what's going to happen is making a reflection of all this. Because I can assure you that not everything might not have been captured. Maybe it is just the interpretation of what it needs, isn't it? Because like there's one section where I talked about approval, yet it was mentioning just notification to the minister, for example, in this. And then the other thing, which you did mention about the transfer, not allowed to transfer the approval, but notwithstanding then, somebody will transfer. So this is something that we've been discussing, even in the task force, that we're going to develop a register, for example. Let me just provide you some insight. You're going to develop a register for carbon, and then you have submitted your PDD with your credential as a person applying for this. So when you are going to transfer the carbon credits, maybe when you're transferring your benefits to another person, that one is allowed. But what is not allowed is your approval, because the approval are credentials of your company or your individual, and you need to adjust in the register. I hope I'm communicating. I've been giving people an example. The way you could have the land title, isn't it? I have a land title which I'm selling to you, and I may need to go to the Minister of Lands, isn't it? If you make transaction between me and you, the Minister of Land is not stopping you from selling your land, isn't it? So we can sell the land to me, or you can sell the land to you, but in the register for the land titles, that title is still reading my name, despite that you have bought it, isn't it? So that's what the thing that we need maybe to bring a little bit of clarification, that as we're doing this business, it should be very clear. So in this sense, we are not saying that you are not going to sell your carbon, something like that. You're allowed to sell, but the approval, because you approved you as a company, as an individual, that one is not transferable because it is reading your credentials. And so when you're transferring to another person, you have to notify the ministry, and then that person's credentials are also looked into so that they can adjust the register to know who is now the next person dealing with this. So some of these things about really try to understand. You need a notification, but also you need the approval. You need to notify the minister, but again, you need to be approved so that you go into the register. But they're not stopping you from selling. You sell, but you need to notify the minister, and then you get the approval that it has moved from so and so to so and so, so that in the register, it is changed. And therefore, the reporting will not be you because you have sold. The reporting will be the other person with all that credential. Something like that. So that's why we say that some of these things, maybe it's a question of interpretation of what was meant to bring that bit of clarity. That's why there's that statement of notwithstanding, as you could see it. You are not sharing your approval because the approval was you as a company, as an individual. But however, when you are going to sell, you notify the minister, and then the person that is going to take over, or the company, is also verified to see if they are still fit with what was said to be done. And then you change into the register that it has changed from A to B. And therefore, the reporting will come from that A to B. So the reporting is also on the progress. I'm trying to respond to a few things just for clarity, but we're going to look into this to try to internalize. The reporting is after 6 months, as proposed here. And then for us, we say, even when you submit nothing that you have not done, a report is a report. Because government is still tracking, how are we faring? For example, pardon? The reporting is a progress report. How far have you gone into implementing the activities that you have spelled out to be done in the project design document, for example? Even when you have not done anything, we may need to know, do you have any challenges, for example? Do you need ABCD, something like that? So it's a reporting, because at the end of the day, the government of Uganda, in the Climate Change Act which you have to do biannual climate report for the country on both adaptation and mitigation. So that bit of reporting is feeding on side of mitigation. How many projects do we have? What is the progress of these projects? That is number one. Then, on whether we report quarterly, I think it was coming from these ones. Quarterly reporting will be tedious, isn't it? That's why you're looking at that annual reporting, that if you submit your report in March, isn't it? That's 1st of March, because you're looking at a financial year. Then that means in April and May, government is consolidating all these things, isn't it? To be able to report before the other financial year. So that is the spirit of trying to put some of these things. But as you said, that this will need us to bring some bit of clarity. But we are going to look into all these submission to try to see how do we harmonize. And then by the time when we come to validation, at least there will be some bit of harmony in this. But some of them, like I've said, they will not be adjusted to the dot as you may expect, because some of them is a question of interpretation, maybe making them more clearer, so that now people who are reading the regulations can add up all these things to bring together. Okay? So, but thank you very much, group number 3. It has been very wonderful, because I think you have done a lot of work in the shortest time possible, and everything is really very important and taken in a good spirit. The drafting team will look into this and be able to bring this. And mind you, when we go into validation, we shall provide accountability on all these things. Those that will not be taken on, we shall also give reason as to why they are not taken on. Okay? Okay. So the last group, which pardon, somebody is presenting. You'll be able to. There's no presentation. You have sent. No, there's still a caucus here. Okay, colleagues, technology has failed us in this group. We will not be able to see what they have put, but we are getting quick insights, but they will be able to share with Irene if you are to consider the interest of this group into the regulations. So I don't know who is presenting.
So this is some of it is not really discussed maybe in length, but I'm using my experience here to actually go through the regulation, because I've seen other regulation in other countries. And so maybe to begin with the point here, and this is going to be a general question: what's the purpose of this regulation? The purpose of the regulation, as far as I know, is to cover through the national NDC and how that is going to be operational and stuff. So all this. And here, when we're talking about mechanism, it should consider the RED, the VCS, the CDM, wherever the article. So it should cover all those issues. It feels, to me, based on my experience, very shallow when I go through the points and stuff. So that's number one. And I could tell you, I could write to you the places where I feel like it's very shallow. Maybe there's no point just mentioning all of them. But I feel like there's a lot missing. For example, some of them were mentioned by other groups. For example, the revenue, the benefit sharing mechanism, the existing projects. We have here in Uganda 2 projects that are existing through our organization. What will be the fate of that? Will the regulation act retrospectively, or what will happen? So there's a lot not mentioned, and I know it's a regulation, maybe doesn't mention, but at least it could refer to either guidelines or something else. So that's a general comment of the document. The other one is a lot of work, a lot of responsibility placed into a minister or into the commissioner. This is dangerous, I think, and I probably would say this. I've seen in another country affecting quite a lot. It will drag the whole thing. It will probably be very difficult to implement, and quite a lot of bureaucratic way of operating, and might deter some investors even putting money down. I could clarify on a lot of issues that could happen with a lot of power just given to one entity. And we have seen it in other places too. So that's a general comment also. But it also goes to the verifiers, to the approvals, to the letter of objections. All those things are like, in one area. So that's another thing. So those are the 3 or 2 main comments I have, and the rest have been said already by other people. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think he said it rightly that is his comments. So I have not yet received the group. Oh, okay. So now the group can own it. Can you clap for him? So I think, but that is a very good observation, because it has come in the morning, but we await, because the reason as why I'm stressing this, we are going to compare notes. There are 5 areas in these regulations, as we've seen, but we need to compare notes from all the groups. What is this group saying under one, maybe under measurement, isn't it? And then we cross-check in all the groups. What are the groups saying under maybe verification? And all that kind. We need to compare all the groups, and then we see that things are not actually detached. And like I've said, that we shall be able to adjust as government, but guided by 2 things. The first guidance, according to the lawyers, that it should be one of what we have in the law, isn't it? Because the regulations are for the law, isn't it? Meaning that if we have made a mistake as a country in the law, it is not very easy here to bring, isn't it? But some details of clarity, we can accommodate them in the guidelines. Some of them can accommodate them in the guidelines. For example, these variable comments which are coming in, they may not be under the law, because this one will serve as a law. For example, these are regulations. But some of these things which are important, we can accommodate them in what? In the guideline. The way the detailed information, which will be provided for in the schedule, but more in the template. That may require some information. So that is really something which is very useful. That's why we want to keep all these things. The revenue, I've been talking about the revenue, but we're still cross-checking what is feasible globally in the region, but also with our national circumstances. And I'm very sure government will put this, come next round of consultation into this, okay? The revenue put, the same for the benefit sharing. Government has to provide this, but we're still doing some internal consultations, of course, with the Ministry of Finance, but also trying to look what with the private sector kind of like a contribution, and some good practice elsewhere. That's why it is missing here, but that government has to regulate. I've been telling people that government regulate where there is a problem or where there is interest. Government come in to regulate. And then government is trying to strike a balance, isn't it? There are those who are investing, there are the communities, and there is a government. But you need to make some bit of compromise to ensure that everybody is fine in this business. That's why we're going to do the regulations. So not that everything will come to me as government, or will go to you as private sector, or will, something like that, isn't it? So that's why government look at that compromise to ensure that we have a balance, that not everything will come towards our side. Then the rest is that what are we regulating for? I could tell you that the Ready Plus is here, because if you read our climate, I'm responding to your question, sir. If you read our climate change action plan, which is the NDC, we are looking at those sectors of mitigation. We are looking at energy, we are looking at transport, we are looking at waste, we are looking at agriculture, we are looking at IPPU, industrial product and product use, but also we are looking at the issue to do with forestry, isn't it? So it has already been spelled out. It's not only treated under one thing. So in that direction, we are trying to bring something which is feasible. What will happen to the existing project? I think now you need to read this one because those which are existing, isn't it? Pardon? There are those which are approved, but there are those which are existing. But there are those which are also existing, but they are not anywhere, isn't it? So we are very mindful about these categories of all this. There are those that are coming. For them, it is very okay because they will find the regulation already there. There are those that have been existing in the mode of CDM, isn't it? And they are registered and they are known. There are those which are unknown, and we want to find the unknown, isn't it? And all of us should come into this. So these regulations will also help us to align ourselves. That's what I'm trying to say. So feel free to continuously contribute. Even the government will try to find out the unknown to come to the known, isn't it? But there are those which exist, like in the CDM, and we have the portfolio of the CDM projects registered. But how do we transit them, and what are those procedures, isn't it? Because we understand very well that the UNFCCC is now, if you have a CDM, you go to the UNFCCC, they verify you to see if you fit, then come back to the national focal point to confirm whether this is a true reflection. We know to all these processes, but how do we accommodate them in our regulations? So you are not going to come to the climate change department when we're a CDM project to us to try to take you there. You start with the UNFCCC, but the UNFCCC will come back to us and check if it is fit, isn't it? So there is no shortcut in whichever way. We have to work as a team and collaborate. So I think that is really something very important. And therefore, I will conclude by saying, more responsibility of the minister is coming for the second time. But the act is the one mentioned the minister that should do this and this. And the technical department, not everything is going to be done by actually the minister is just depending on the department, which is employing a number of people to work onto this. Isn't it? That's why even when we write to the minister, we're not writing the commissioner. We write to the minister refers to the commissioner. The routine things, isn't it? But that respect of the minister, he or she should be in charge of this because it's the one responsible for climate change when we read the act very well, isn't it? But all the technical work will be not done by the minister. That's why it is also important to put the timelines. And I think you have mentioned about some timelines, but you have not proposed. You said the 100 days are very much, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Exactly. So we need also specification in that direction. If you are contesting 100 days, what could be the ideal situation, for example, if you are to put timelines? I think that is very important. So ladies and gentlemen, a minority report from this group.
Yes, there is an issue, or maybe a number of issues that are not necessarily captured in the Act. And I'll give an example of benefit sharing. It's not captured in the Act. Therefore, it's not captured in the guidelines. What happens to such issues which are very, very critical?
I'm forgetting my act because I'm very sure in this act, the minister responsible for climate change, in the consultation with the minister responsible for finance, isn't it? In the consultation with the minister responsible for climate change, should guide the country in terms of climate change resource mobilization, isn't it? And also the mechanisms and the incentives, isn't it? So, and we've been working with the Minister of Finance to try to unpack that, first of all, isn't it? So it may not sound to be like the benefit sharing, but it's mentioned as a mechanism for participation, including prescribing, okay, those elements of participation, isn't it? So we are working out with the Minister of Finance the aspect of the benefit sharing, which we have again to come back and present to the bigger stakeholders. But when we read this act critically, I think there's aspect of climate change financing, but also the carbon mechanism. There's something in relation to that direction that we need to also try to unpack in this. But we take note of this, because at the end of the day, the benefit sharing is what our colleagues in the private would want to hear, whether it will make business case, isn't it? But also government is very interested in the benefit sharing. For example, private sector can say that, okay, government takes 70%, for us we can take 40%. Just an example, and the communities, isn't it? Yeah? And the communities. So the benefit sharing will be worked upon. I'm just assuring you, will be worked upon, because you know that there's a lot of interest on how this benefit sharing would look like, isn't it? In that direction. So I see, in the interest of time, pardon? International consultant? Okay, so we have one of our international consultants, Daniel, would want to share a little bit of reflection before we bring this session to a close. Daniel, first of all, where are you, Daniel? Where is Daniel? IT colleagues, can you help us?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Daniel, can hear you. Can you speak loudly?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. The team has been here since morning, but then we give you just a few minutes to share a little bit of reflection as we let these people.
I've been here since.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I've been here since morning, and I've been here since morning, and I've been listening to the team since morning. I've been here, and I've been listening. I have a couple of points, about 2 points to reflect on. First of all, let me thank everybody for the rich and vibrant conversation around this. And one very important lesson for me is about the fact that we need to work to ensure that the trinity, that is the guidelines, the schedules, and the regulations, become ultimately aligned. And I can imagine that a lot of the questions on the floor had been adequately addressed in the guidelines. But because the guideline is yet to be completed, this feedback from this conversation will help us align the regulations to the guidelines. And I think that's a very important point that the moderator made, that it's important that we reflect this point with the view to align the regulations with the guidelines. Because as I said earlier, many of the questions had been somehow addressed in the guidelines, and therefore we will focus on aligning both. Then the other question that we need to think about is that to what extent we align the guidelines with the regulations with the view that it ought to be aligned with the Section 9 of the Act. So how do we align the guidelines to the regulations? The guidelines are broadly aligned with the international requirement and best practices elsewhere. How do we align the guidelines with the regulations with the view of the requirement of the provisions under Section 9 of the Act? So with these 2 points, and with your feedback, and with the key stakeholders, we will try to align the trinity to be able to reflect as much as possible what the local law requires and what the international best practices also expect. So that's our job, and we will try to ensure that they become fully aligned. Thank you.
Daniel, first and foremost, for being with us this morning. You have missed the tea in Uganda and lunch, but I'm very sure that you have enjoyed from your side. Thank you very much, but also for assuring the participants that there will be a need to align the law, the regulation, and the guidelines with two things: being cognizant of the international standards, but also the local circumstances, because the business is going to be done in Uganda. So I think that is really very, very important. And Daniel, Dr. Mboga is here with us. He has been capturing most of these things. Those that require technical interpretation, it will come to you and Dr. Mboga. And of course, then we present them to the legal team, whether it is making a sense in terms of the legalities for us to participate in these things. And I think that will be very, very useful. So I think with the powers entrusted me, because now I don't see my bosses here, allow me now to see me as a commissioner. So, ladies and gentlemen, the last agenda item is about the closure and departure. But allow me to add my voice to the previous speaker, first and foremost, to thank UNDP for enabling us to move this long journey in terms of the financial and technical assistance, but also commend the work that our consultants have been putting together into this, because it has gone through a series of validation to ensure that we have the rightful document to guide us in this carbon business. But we also take keen interest, but also recognizing the work of the private sector in this business. We've been engaging the private sector to get a hint, and those that have been in the practice, to ensure that we make some good alignment in this document. And then the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, because all that legal thing that we've seen here has to be approved at the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. So we don't take your presence here for granted, but rather to ensure that all the interested parties in this business are comfortable with the document that we are formulating. Please take it from me for the study time that there will be compromise here and there to ensure that we are all accommodated. And I think that is really very, very important, to ensure that all are accommodated, because this document here is at the center of the community, the investors, and the government. If you know that we are going to operate into this, this is our pitch, all of us, isn't it? So therefore, we are to do a document which is supporting all the interested parties to ensure that we do a fair business in the country. And I think that is very, very important. Commissioner mentioned that we will also entertain additional input. Okay? That means that we are going to share a template on the emailing list, isn't it? We shall entertain additional input, but in 2 days. Isn't it? Please use that format, that this is the part of the regulation, this is the current text existing, I suggest this and this and this, isn't it? So that now we can also try to entertain those individual expertise, but also contribution on top of what is going to be in the group. Because these 2 days, we are going to make a reflection on the groups. But we're expecting that at the end of the 2 days, that is tomorrow, which is what? Wednesday, and close of business on Thursday, all that will send back. We received the communication from Derek, isn't it? We are going to send on that emailing list the template to have the individual input. That individual input, it can be a contribution within your organization, maybe how you reflect things. Please feel free to submit that so that we can try to see how we accommodate this. So, with that in mind, on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, I take this opportunity to close our engagement on the reflection of the carbon market. Thank you very much for God and my country. There is no evening tea, because remember that this is supposed to be a half-day meeting, eh? There's evening tea, eh? Ah, okay.